Actually, I brought 12 pairs. They're in that bucket.
Wait, what's actually preventing us from doing the exact same design, except the launcher's thicker and facing the other direction?
Sort of. It's actually similar to the one from 2 years ago, where there was a shaft right here that was the wheel and a conveyor belt system. Okay, so I slightly misremembered the drivetrain. It is actually 2 years. The third one isn't now. There's space for a third. We weren't on the big one. Now, your options are there. We're trying to use one of those. I think. want to actually sit down and try to make change?
I would say once this gets done, like once you like I like go into the room and just like
I feel like it really good when we use a lot of tables.
Probably not. You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, obviously they're doing trays like instead of like.
well, these considered
I was really on that session last year, so I think it's.
I mean, this is not bad.
But yeah. This year, let's write documentation at the same time as code. No, it's not that hard. Actually, I write documentation. But yeah, because I want to say like, there's more action right there. I think it's more. If you look at a lot of it is literally just like
We're at 9.
I thought it was
And Joe? I like more just so there's more people coming. Can you compare this?
that change.
We probably should do design in the.
And we can look that over.
And I was thinking, well, we did done.
I don't have to go somewhere else, but once you get like the PDB stuff, come and let me know.
Alright. Yeah, do you want to do it here or somewhere else?
Probably just in here is fine. Or somewhere else, depending on occupancy.
Alright, that works.
I'm gonna take a design lead and after design.
Design is virtual.
Yeah, let's take on the other.
Go better is it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll also go into
How are you doing?
because there's less noise interference, but we have to do a call. Just let us
Okay.
know the chassis script.
Well, I'd like, yeah, I think it'd be good to have the build team in on design work too.
The problem is noise interference with this thing.
Yeah. It also means that your design work is not going to be on the stream. Right, Jeff?
For, what do you mean?
If they go somewhere else to do design,
I mean, I can, if they're going in the other conference room, I can put a camera in there.
okay.
They're gonna use the
Can you stream 2 spaces at once?
Yeah, I can split it.
They're gonna use the TV.
you know, they're a lot quicker than many other things.
That is very true.
We're gonna like them this year too when we get down to Tuesday.
Yeah. That is fun.
What is?
That is old.
It's done the way this was difficult to take apart.
Yeah. No, take it.
that one is?
It's like my bag.
It's a pretty modern.
Can we, is the conference room able to be put on the screen?
I don't have a way to get a network in there.
What do you need?
I need another really long cable.
I have one in the car.
too short.
Alright. So if we have another switch or somewhere to extend it.
What I can do, I'll have to run over to the highway garage over by 83 and grab from our team like a 100 USB extender cable. This and this makes it over there. This here, but I'm not sure doing.
I think the way
So do you want to look for equipment?
I said on
I don't know.
path was flexibility to keep us to the like space. Hey Colin, you said to put the signs here.
Yeah.
Anywhere else we need a sign?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe you can put one there. Or... I don't know, that's really what you're doing.
We'll think on one.
Yeah. Okay.
You're on video.
What does another switch cost, Joe?
Like $40.
Okay. Which tape? There, we got it here. Okay. Would it work to run USB around the corner of the other room or something? We got 4 charged batteries. What are you drilling?
It's a rivet, but it was a stuck rivet, you know. So I'm trying to create a hole, but I think I'm hitting the back of this door.
Brute force. Yeah, those roads are pretty brutal. Especially when they're not quite done right.
Yeah. Where's that little you know where you hold the name is the same one. Yeah.
And you guys go ahead and keep tools out once you touch them, if we can.
Oh, okay, like on top of the.
Yeah. Yeah. Because they want us to sanitize everything. Oh.
That makes sense.
Oh, good grief. That sounds low down the stream.
Well, there's no microphone here.
Okay. It's right there. Actually, the report not live video. Okay, so I think go there, they were getting. I haven't done mine either. But yes, they are important. It's something that we need to do. I got plenty to do in mine.
I will say that year, that robot, we had a lot of issues with two balls getting jammed. Trying to funnel down to one ball width.
Which is why the first thing we did last year was dish it.
Yeah,
Yeah. We had the exact same problem with my team in 2020 is with the infinite recharge, where you have a wide intake funneling down into a small thing in the middle. You have two balls crunching like that. Whereas if you funnel them to one side.
Yeah, well,
but left light.
well, what issues are presented by only having a one climb mechanism? I guess it can swing pretty wildly in both
I mean,
directions.
we'd be able to pull up to the first bar at least. And I mean, we said that was sort of our.
It would remove the possibility to go to, reduces the possibility of reach goals of going to
It
another.
also makes it more difficult for two robots to climb on the same bar if we're swinging back and forth.
True.
And the big thing is it reduces our possibility of advancing and it makes it harder for other teams to climb on the bar.
I mean, if you try to put it aligned with the center of mass, like if you had one that was lined up with the center, or you could do like a wider hook, like a double hook maybe.
Yeah,
Like if you try and, because what you could do is like have, like you've got like this would be a top-down view. So you could have like your thing over here. You could have the climb thing like pillar in the middle. Then you have it go up, and you could have it widen, have like a hook here and a hook here. So you don't need the same mechanical thing for the climber twice, because who knows if we have the stuff for that. You'd have one thing, but if you hook on with two hooks, that lessens your ability to swing. Like if you put these a few inches apart,
yeah,
or you could even go like a foot apart.
your climb, the bar itself then needs to support bending moments.
Yeah, it makes you have to make a much stronger hook overall.
The other problem is with doing two climbers is you have to figure out how to keep them in sync, because that was another
Yeah.
issue that we ran into a lot when I was working on a climber with my team, was keeping the two lined up.
Well-
Because if you don't do that, then you're gonna be.
Well, we could potentially actually just run a 3-foot hex bar across the entire robot width
Yeah,
and put a
you
winch on either end.
You just use a continuous motion, but for both sides.
Yeah, that could work. And you could even squeeze, like if you design the climber in a way where you could squeeze it in like, I mean, depending on the width, like if we're doing like a 2-inch box or something. We could squeeze it in the very corner and have our thing run like that, and then have the intake be like missing those 2 inches from each side. Where you could still fit this in somehow. You could have
So
like, the
that-
motor developing on this side of it.
Yeah, I like that. That just means we need to figure out how to mount the climber in the section of robot that includes the wheels.
Yeah, that's the difficult part. Or
Can you pull up the cat on the TV?
oh, wait, he just did it.
That's
Yeah.
top view?
Top here.
Yeah, because if we're discussing this, we should look at the top.
Yeah, so those wheels are mounted pretty far.
Yeah, if we didn't have that bar go as far, we could mount on top of that bar.
Because I know how my old climber worked was, like, it fit in after the pulley, like at that base level, but there's not really any room to do that with this.
Where on here?
Because I know in deep space, my team, we mounted our lift
Oh, yeah.
on top of that bar, roughly where that bar was.
There?
Yeah, that would work, yeah.
Yeah, we mounted the lifts there and just ran the hex shaft within the bar or between our chains.
It's just then you have to, like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
then you could just run that continuous.
Yeah,
path all along.
we just ran our cascading lifts there and there.
Yeah, okay. Be aware that's a C channel.
I mean, we could,
That makes it easier as we're doing a lift because it
Yeah.
gives a predefined base for it.
yeah, and then, like, I would say probably just bolt that, yeah, full chassis itself, like, where you'd have like, this would be your drivetrain.
Yeah.
bar, like that, your wheels.
Yeah,
You have your thing like this, and it would extend down like that, and you'd run
yeah.
all through that.
I'd say, yeah, bolt the heck out of it, yeah.
Yeah, you can use the side of the C channel and the side of the chassis.
Yeah, definitely from my experience, 2 attachment points, good for that.
Also that also gives, if we have 2 attachment points, it's easier to translate to a second map if we can do monkey barring to the next one. Because you're more secure. But that's a reach goal.
Yeah, I would say focus on just one level of climb for now, because
Yeah,
we can't monkey bar unless we have that.
Yeah, that's I was saying is having it like that makes that more of it
Yeah,
possible.
definitely.
Like, I guess what I can do is I'll open just the like chassis part of it.
I think I'm-
Hope so.
nothing's broken yet.
Not yet.
Awesome.
Aside from the dependencies.
That's always broken.
What did you do?
I tried to import the dependencies and it does not acknowledge my importing of the dependencies.
Oh,
It does
Yeah.
not acknowledge that this
Here,
is
here, it'll lift. We
Yeah,
need
you
to
do
put a
like
plate
a-
here and do like there.
I literally did
Yeah.
the WPI.
Right now, electronics, the battery was up
I
here.
also
A
tried
lot of the electronics were in
direct.
this space and this space, like the whole bottom of the room was full.
Yeah.
Did you do like a, go back
No,
to
it's
the.
annoying because if we use like an L channel there, we could
variant?
possibly done the
It's
battery
still-
siding is right there.
Well, that's-
Yeah.
We'll
I want to
just-
do the battery vertically.
like,
Does it need to find Java 10?
probably just do
It
it vertically
shouldn't, I
here.
believe they use Java
I'm
11.
not gonna have any up here.
Try doing
back
the,
here, they didn't support
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Did you just try like?
It'll be easy.
I'm on Java 11.
That's what it should be.
Unless it's deciding that, once again, Microsoft stuff doesn't work with Linux.
Let me try, once
If
this
you open it
finishes,
in your editor.
yeah, once this finishes, because I think mine is stable. Pure your Debian-based distributions.
I just wanted to load.
I know mine
Yeah.
is not opening the dash.
God, those darn CAD people.
Command line it is.
Why was it saying Java? Okay, let's.
It's fine.
Code change
Oh,
Java.
Beautiful.
We got 16 inches,
That's a good.
Yeah.
16 inches across, 9.5 inch wall, so that means like 3 inches on each side.
Well, there is.
I did where it's gonna be the widest at the front. We can't really cut that.
No, we can't. And it's not gonna fit through anything in there.
Well, I was more curious about if we did it through
Or is
slope.
successfully updated.
We wouldn't be going right here.
Shut down Windows, my battery died.
Well, you're gonna have to climb pretty quickly to get over the gearboxes.
Under Windows.
Well, yeah, but you have to
battery
drive
drains
so you
faster
quickly
than
to get up to 3 feet,
Yeah.
no matter what. Might just have to do on top of buffers, basically off.
Yeah, I think we do need to go over bumper.
21, we gotta get like a 1.5 inches per inch slope.
Yes.
Okay, not that bad.
I'd call it like 60 degrees because we need mechanisms in before and after the.
Well, it's more like we have to get to like 34 inches. We're gonna be.
You probably want to go a few inches beyond the target height as well, just to make sure there's
Yeah.
a roll down or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. You might as well. It's easier to add 3 inches now than find out we need it in 2.5 days.
Exactly. I also don't know if we want people starting to work on like mock field elements. That's not what you start to filing.
True.
Good idea.
Yeah, we gotta have that whole rung thing.
Okay, let's see. Reopen everything. Yeah. Predicted that would happen. So, internet died. Are you getting an IPv6?
Your computer throwing errors at you.
No, apparently
Um,
Rio wants an IPv6. Oh, shit. Yeah, after giving it an IPv6 address.
So from what I'm hearing, plan to mount here. So the plan right now for the climbing mechanism was to mount it on these bars we have at the
Yeah.
bottom. Which
I know why.
Are we thinking of
The real is
refiner?
not $10.
I think the
Oh.
outside.
Your room is a $10.
We can double check with the two of them.
Okay. How are we mounting it? Are we going to be doing bottom? Maybe using these.
He's still on the phone?
Inside. Yeah, we should probably figure out if we want the inside or the outside.
Is he still on the phone?
I assume that the climber is probably going to be mounted with box or some piece of aluminum similar to this one.
Great. Yeah, I was thinking box too.
Yeah.
Do we even know how much of each material we have? Like, I haven't heard a definitive answer or seen any of the stuff we actually have. Like, I've heard we're poor, but I don't know how poor. Like, are we like my rural team poor, or are we like, I don't know.
Like wooden chassis.
Wooden chassis poor. Yeah. That's true. All right, I just got offered to check out what we have. I'll take one.
Sammy, can I still save plus?
Yeah, go.
I don't think so.
Control that.
We're gonna leave you for a minute.
Was he in Notion? He's
Yeah.
not on search.
All right, bye, Kevin.
It's 1 inch by 1 inch box. This might be the one we're looking at, the 2x1. That or even the Versa frame might do.
I think I might figure out what my problem is. Unfortunately, I don't think I can do anything about it.
Love those types of problems.
Yeah, what I think it's doing is it's looking for the 2022 version of WPI lib, but it does not appear they have elected to release the 2022 version of WPI lib.
Sounds good.
Guess I have to manually install it. It's not pushed to degrade.
Yeah, I think we might have to go for the version. Supposedly we have a decent amount of it.
Cool. Sorry, I don't know what to do with that information. They're walking back now.
Ah, okay. Thanks.
Yeah, Sam was like, okay, we're leaving, bye, but he said it kind of quietly, so I wasn't sure if you heard it.
Ah, okay.
The entire design team left you alone. They're walking back now. They're literally right outside.
Okay. I'll probably hop up and call and
Okay, they just
give me a
got
call
back.
when they're ready.
They just got back.
Oh, they got back. Sweet.
Hello.
He didn't hear you say you left.
Oh,
We're back.
So we're not wood chassis poor.
what about wood chassis?
We're not wood chassis poor, like wood robot.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna make the
What,
whole,
are you just
we're
gonna
gonna make
put
the
the-
whole ball collection shoot out of cardboard.
We're just gonna get wood and gonna get some cardboard and put it on the PIP on that, and the Rebel Rio. I read that.
Let's do it.
I'd be more impressed if I saw a working robot, competitive robot out of cardboard than aluminum.
That reminds me of when I was seeing in FTC, I saw fully wooded laser cut robots. Probably.
Laser cut's sort of impressive. It's one
Yeah.
that looks like it's hacky and
Yeah.
It looks like
Like, they don't
the amount
have
of
tools
ones
that they did at
to get
Overwatch.
it
That's
looks-
That's all.
We're gonna carve our robot out of stone.
Are you sure we're in the light limit?
No.
It matters what stone, but
This is where we also make it a train.
Train time?
Yeah. Train.
yeah,
All this mumbo jumbo. Too complicated. Train.
yeah, we'll just do a train engine and the total.
Tell them your own train is the optimal.
No, we'll put 2 train engines on it.
That's why they call it a drivetrain.
We'll put
That was horrible.
we'll,
That was so bad.
we'll put just 2 on it. Then we can just tank drive it like a train with 2 train engines.
Like, we're the
Okay.
able defense spot. Playing the game.
Kevin, what do you think? Train?
Train bot.
All the way.
Nice.
Why does the WPI live at $1 a gig and a half?
I think we need more than 30 days to make.
We're trying to Steam work.
Yeah.
I think we need more than 3 days to develop a fully profiting Steam engine for with FRC legal.
It's illegal scene. It's something about that. It's just
One that would require massive speed of engineering.
Yeah.
engineering excellence. Oh, your robot scored 3 points, but it was a train.
Okay, but
Alright,
let's
so
get back
Kevin,
on track.
I was gonna say, Kevin, what do we need to be doing? Because we're kind of just sitting here, honestly.
Yeah, like how are we supposed to design the mechanism for carrying the balls when that's really just
Yeah. Honestly.
Can we just figure out how high our output height should be? And then we can
Yeah,
kind of go
I
back.
think what we need to do is we've done a decent handle on what we want. Right? I think now it's just a matter of like figuring out the minute details of implementation. We know roughly where on the robot we want to mount it. Right? Like we know we want it to be in this back C channel mounted here. We know we want to use like 2x1 or something. So it's just a matter of figuring out how we do things and we hook on. So it might be.
Oh, hold on.
And
You're cutting out.
nice.
So we could do a stack like the nestled PVC pipes with like
Yeah.
rope.
Like concentric PVC as well. I've seen all of those being done. So it's a matter of what you've got on hand there to work with. And
I think the current plan is if we need like metal like that to procure it down nearby instead of buying it beforehand.
If we need stuff, we can go get it to some extent.
okay. Yeah. I mean, ideally, I've mostly seen climbers being done with 2x1, which is why I'm leaning towards that. But it's a matter of like just immediate choice as to which one you guys want to work on.
The thing with
There's
the
no-
no one is that it'd probably be easier to mount to the chassis because you
Yeah.
can bolt right through. With PVC, that'd be a
Yeah,
little
good point.
difficult.
Yeah.
I did. Yes.
Let's-
How high do we
let-
have to? How do we? Okay, we gotta get the 2x1, and then we need pulleys. Right? Let's try to get through a list of what we need and what we have, and what we need to 3D print.
So, Kevin, we're putting the 2x1 on the outside of the frame, right?
Actually, I'm starting to think it might be, since you need it to be concentric, and given the stuff we have, it might be easier to go with square. So like use a 1x1 and then the 45mm by 45mm as well. Because I think the 1 inch by 1 inch can fit inside the 45mm by 45mm
Yeah, it does.
square channel.
They probably don't want it to be too loose either.
That can be checked by the person purchasing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
So yeah, instead of one, like, it should be square channel, but otherwise relatively the same.
Do we only need
Uh,
one stage of lift?
2 stages? I think we can get it done in 2 stages.
Okay, yeah. Because we have the rigid and the rising one, yeah.
I don't think we want to go more complex than that.
I was just making sure if we only needed 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why we need more stages. I think we can get it done with 2.
Okay, so how's this actuated then?
Let's see. I need to look up other stuff because I personally have actually not built a elevator out of box. Well, while I look this up, do you guys want to discuss how to implement the ball stuff?
Sure. Oh yeah, for the climber stuff, if I'm remembering correctly, I think that 2020 every bot had something sort of like what we're going for now.
Yeah, I'm currently looking at the Andy Mark. Andy Mark sells like climbers out of as a like off-the-shelf part. So I'm thinking we might just like reverse engineer it.
Yeah, it's just I don't know if theirs has like bearings and stuff, just because that's probably a bit too complex, like to get all that mounted in place. I don't know what theirs looks like though.
Here, I'll send you a link to the Andy Mark one real quick in Slack or yeah, I'll put it in the design Slack.
Okay, well, it looks like we're gonna have to be using Windows for the time being because it needs the NI software to connect.
We have. Would you guys be able to procure rope or like straps of any kind?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay.
That's probably honestly just going to involve me or Anna running to the store.
My room.
Yeah, that's mechanism is like a way to winch it up and down.
Okay, I have paracord in my car, but I've also had that break when using it with robot stuff.
Yeah, that could.
Yeah, for the climber.
Yeah, that's how my team dropped our robot in Steamworks.
Yeah.
If you can get Kevlar rope, that stuff's the best. So with the rope, that's on the inside, right? Or wait, hold on. Let me think.
I've seen it be done on the outside.
Okay.
Because doing it inside, like feeding, like from a manufacturing perspective, doing it on the inside is harder.
Mm-hmm.
From like a physics perspective, it's essentially the same.
Okay.
So I'll just do it on the outside.
Gotcha. I think we're looking at the Everybot from 2020 right now.
Okay.
They might not have. They do have a climber, I think, right?
Yeah, they do. It's just a hook that goes up.
Yeah, it's just a hook that on like a lift. With the rope, I think, inside.
Yeah, because they have like detailed instructions and schematics of that. So looking at that might be useful as well.
Yeah, essentially, yeah, my suggestion is just follow stuff from other people. Because it's one of those mechanisms that's like been done and made a lot of times, so there's information online.
Yeah.
It works.
The line endings are gonna get screwed.
What's happening to the line endings?
I'm on Windows now. What Brian can do.
Just using the version script.
Yeah.
I forgot that you need to do WPI lib. Just install their own special version of VS Code. Goodness knows they couldn't just publish an extension.
Sounds like they just want to make sure you're having a fun time.
Just because I separate, you already have it.
Yeah, on the 2020 Everybot, like page 45 should be a good visualization of how to get it to
I
work.
walked out when you walked out earlier, so.
Okay. All right.
Van, could you say that again?
I was gonna say page 45 of the 2020 Robot, like Everybot. That's a pretty good walkthrough of how to like get the extension to work.
That's on their build documentation?
Yeah, here, I'll send you
Is
a
it
link.
is it a Google Doc?
Yeah, it is a Google Doc.
I think I'm on it. Yeah, the internet's like abysmal right now.
Getting a few.
Okay, so I'm on page 25, but none of the images are loading because all of us are having internet issues in here.
You able to still see my stream?
Yeah.
Turn it up on the stream now.
Okay, yeah, we see it.
Yes. Simply so this. I think their Everybot defaults to like, if you don't provide power to the thing, it defaults to extending.
Okay.
Because I think that gives them like a faster release time or whatever. We personally don't really care about that. So.
Because those are springs on the side, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So the way it works is like those springs want to pull the hook up. We don't really care about that. So you can actually eliminate this strap in the center. And the way we can do it is, let me screenshot this so I can annotate over it. So the way we would want to do this is like get rid of this strap on the inside and just straight up have a connection there.
Okay.
And by tightening this, by spooling that rope, it would pull it up. It would move up if you spool this rope in.
Yeah.
So you need a bearing or pulley there, the winch here, and then a hard point there for the rope.
Wait, and then how's it pull itself back up then?
You would have to reverse it. So you would need to counter tension it as well.
Okay.
Looks like Colin wants an update. We can have this going to him within 2 hours, you think, right? All right. I'll let him know.
That was a definite maybe from us.
Yeah.
Definitely maybe.
A solid 85% maybe.
I think we're supposed to have like a stand up technically in 5 minutes, but I don't know if we actually will.
If you want to go stand up.
Forgot about that.
You can take the schedule then.
Now on design. Now on documentation. Now on leadership.
So yeah, we do need to counter tension it, which.
Can you describe that process?
Sorry, come again?
Can you describe counter tensioning and how that might work?
Yeah, so this is my team's roadmap from 2018. We did an elevator, which had a similar concept. So actually, wait. Sorry, I'm just trying to think. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I don't think you actually need to counter tension it. The natural weight of this should cause it to want to go down naturally. So your winch should just be fighting gravity.
Well, we want to winch it down to lift ourselves.
Yeah.
When we're hooked on, gravity won't help us. We have to be pulling it down.
Yeah.
And then we have to have something to push it up because it's going to get gravity in both directions.
That's why they've got that second strap on there.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I've seen also kind of stretchy, kind of surgical tubing used to do that, where you've got some sort of a spring that's pushing it out, and then use the winch to pull it back in.
Yeah.
So the winch is basically just releasing tension in a spring to push it out, and then it's pulling back in.
That's what my team did in 2018, except it was, instead of using a winch to pull it, it was using a pneumatic cylinder to pull straight down. But
yeah.
But
Sorry,
you think
You need something to.
you need something springy to push it up, and then you'll just winch it down.
I think just the 2 winches would probably be the most straightforward, because I don't know if we have any sort of that spring material that would work for that. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess, at this point, we should just essentially copy this design. I think, with box. And to replace the spring, do we have any surgical tubing? It's not the best substitute, but it'll work.
I don't know if we have any on hand, but I know we can probably get that pretty easily. If we just make a list of everything we need, someone can just go to the store this evening sometime.
Is surgical tubing something you can buy at a store? Or?
I thought so.
I don't know.
What did they use for it? Could we? Let me figure out. They also just might have their extension strings they use listed.
Problem is getting them.
Probably could find extension strings.
Yeah, you can buy surgical tubing at Home Depot. There's some in Garner.
What about in Garner?
I'm looking only at the Garner store for some reason.
Oh.
Is that a brand or a location?
Garner?
Yeah.
It's a
It's
location.
a place.
It's not too far from here.
It's like 15-20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a 10 foot of it in stock and carry for $20.
This is the problem is how is that going to compare to a spring in terms of contracting? Because we're not looking at the total length of it. We're looking at how far we extend it and let it contract, pull the thing up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the list on my screen right now is what 118 used to build their climber.
Okay. Um. Are we really just gonna copy it verbatim?
We're gonna have to modify the.
Also, Brain's not doing a very good job of maybe trying to think of a way we can simplify it, because I know there's definitely a much easier way to do this.
I mean, I don't know. Like, you could think about doing where you have the winch and you've got the like sort of a loop instead of using like the spring or something. I don't know.
Also, if we're gonna procure this for the climbing, we probably should procure a test materials to make a test structure for climbing.
Yeah, that's gonna
We're
be.
on the list stuff for that. Not the climbing structure necessarily specifically, but like all the field.
Yeah, the two field elements.
I think they're working on that. So if you want to ask,
Okay, that was just more of a comment than asking to be involved, because
we're doing great over here.
that's good.
It was apparently stuck off the screen.
How many motors do we have access to?
We have 6 Neos.
God.
We're gonna be using is that including our drive neos or
Yeah.
total?
That's total. We have 6 Neos.
Do we have any other motors?
I don't know.
I'd say you're probably going to be using like 2 Neos.
For the climber?
They're using one motor.
Yeah.
No, they're
They used one mini sim.
It was a bit overkill.
Then we would need stuff to drive the intake and the belts, but that would probably be smaller stuff.
I think we have some smaller stuff, but I'm not sure exactly what we have.
yeah, because we need 4 motors for drive, unless we're going down 2 motor drive.
I think we were leaning towards.
We were going
280.
for shifting.
Well, I was listing off.
Oh yeah.
Then we need that. Then we need one for bringing it up, and then one for intake, and then probably another for preventing it leaving, but that can be a smaller motor. Or hydraulic. We don't have to deal with extra of that.
Do you guys think we could dedicate 2 motors to the climber?
We need to know the total number of non-neos that we have before we can dedicate that allotment of motors.
Let me just go ask Colin real quick.
All right.
Yeah, because the simplest way to do this is you have two connecting points onto the part that's being winched up. So at first, you have one that's tightened to lift. So on the right here, the motor on the right in blue would tighten to pull that hook up, or climber mechanism up. Right, hook looks like this, and the pink one would be loose the whole time. And then once it's extended, then you'd start winching in the pink one, and it's fine to leave the blue alone.
Wouldn't you put both of those on a single winch though? Like as pink retracts, blue extends, and as blue retracts, pink extends, you could tie them both to the same shaft.
Yes, you can. God, why can I not think today? Sure. So that's just better.
What was the motor looking like?
Colin, he said he'd go look.
I'm gonna get a count.
Okay, thanks.
Design right now, assuming we have as many as we need.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll get you a count.
We just, yeah.
Everybody, we're working on hand and relay devices out, so I'm gonna just give this spiel once if everybody can listen instead of having to repeat it like 10 times. So this is your relay. You have to push the center button to talk. So like, hi, testing, 1, 2, 3. This is Sammy's device and mine is in my pocket. So
That's why we
you
heard
can be
it.
like, I'm leaving the grocery store. There you go. And then you can push this top button to change channels.
Now we're programming
What's the range?
video.
A long way.
We'll find
Don't
out.
they use like cell or something? Or it's
Yeah, they use cells, so it's like everywhere.
Okay, so when I'm picking up food, I'll let you know, we can see if it works.
So, what this sheet is for is basically to sign. Oh, I need to give you the charger. But you're gonna sign that you got a relay device and the charger, which I'm gonna grab. Yeah, that we got from the other room. But just sign this so you're responsible for this bringing us back this device and this charger at the event.
All right.
If not, we can charge you. Yeah, that's the relay spiel.
Does everyone need a
So
I mean, I was the only one in the build space, so I guess that's what she did. Okay. Like, my question is, does everyone need?
I don't think enough. I don't like if you don't.
somehow I doubt.
At least one for each sub team.
Yeah.
We have 20, so
You have 25 relays?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that's pretty much everyone.
We
Isn't it?
wanted to be able to give one to everyone. Thank you.
We have to write down the numbers before we give you, because like each device has a different number, so you'll be responsible
Okay,
for those. Also, please don't swap
we're
them,
working on.
because you're all assigned different.
Are we using like cross refinements?
Yeah, on built-in
That is
C
so
channels. I'll go shoot.
I don't have it.
Somebody.
Yeah, but we're gonna just put into these
Probably gonna-
channels the two telescoping with like a hex
Yeah.
thing going across.
what is
I think I'll leave mine
Basically.
off. My whole
Yeah.
channel is set to leadership, so if
Okay.
you did call me, call leadership.
Gotcha.
what is the plan for food tonight?
Pizza.
I'll write those.
Probably not. Are you doing anything right now?
No, but I was just wondering.
Okay.
I just asking if you need help.
I'm good, but if you want to get your initials on the kickoffs, you could write those down and send it to me.
I assume it says in.
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, because we only have to do 2 steps. It's only like
Like, not very extensive. I just need
Like,
to put
I
it.
don't know. File currently open.
Just under 5.
The
Okay.
the inventory list. That's 10 Neos and 3 redline motors.
Okay.
4 of those Neos are going to be drivetrain right now.
Okay, that makes sense. We had 6 actually.
we get so many of those?
Because they just ordered a whole bunch.
Oh, then
They were like,
for
these
tw-
motors are awesome.
For 2020, they spent like 3/4 of their budget on Neos.
There's also a box that we got from a team that has a whole bunch of sims and windshield wiper motors and that kind of stuff in it.
Windshield wiper motors.
Or window motors, I guess they are.
Yeah, motors.
I think windshield wiper because I use those for my own projects, but
Why not have
they're basically the same thing.
Do you call it
Windshield wiper
GitHub?
ones are bigger.
Yeah, like Git.
So I'm gonna go actually get eyes on all the motors,
That is surprising.
but at least that many we should have, plus some assortment of sims and mini sims.
Yeah.
So do you need the robot to be stripped down bare? Because there's a few electronics left on there.
We might as well leave Neo's things on there.
Yeah.
What are you working on right now?
Nothing.
No, we were both just dissimilar to robot. I
Okay,
came here
yeah.
to help with design.
Okay.
I was passing off keys to my locked out suitmate.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's important. Would you be interested in trying to design up some field elements?
Sure.
Because we're gonna need to make field elements. Like,
Yeah, I want to do it.
There's a genuinely baffling piece of code in our 2021 intake stuff that I'm basing this off of. And I'm trying to figure out like if there's any purpose to it. So for run intake, right, it checks if the object is null. But since you have to construct the class first, the object can't possibly be null, right?
I think that's just safety reasons, just idiot proofing. Like, I think that's just a holdover from the original template. I'm just making sure you don't ever get in the point or something.
Did Rishi leave?
Yeah, that's right.
If you tell somebody.
Because he was sitting there before.
I feel like I can probably just remove that mention. Serves no purpose.
Yeah, I think that's just a sanity check to make sure you don't, like, give it null ever. Or like, you don't construct the command before you construct the subsystem. Because that's something that can happen.
Sam, Cody, and
How
Eli,
would you
you all
do
need to
that?
relay.
Like, if you try to construct a command and like cut in it, or I don't think it's set up.
I really don't know if I need one because
Ordering, like, if
fine.
in robot container, you declare the subsystem and then the commands below it. If you try to declare a command above the subsystem or whatever, I don't know. Java doesn't care about ordering. Does Java care about ordering?
No, I'm pretty sure. Well, for this though, it's not a it's not a static method. So you can't call it without an instance of the object. You can't call a method on an object that doesn't exist.
Is being. Isn't that the constructor though?
No, this is outside the constructor.
Where? Okay,
Here.
I need to get up and running so I can actually.
I'll just show you the piece of code right here. It's line 39 at the bottom.
Oh yeah.
That genuinely serves no purpose. as far as I
Yeah,
can tell.
that's what I meant. A lot of this was very messy.
Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of that. Because that's literally an impossible state.
Yeah, I would just clean it. Do we want to agree on like a formatting standard too for like indents?
Indents?
It doesn't.
Sure, I like indents, but you can do whatever. I think it defaults to spaces and
Yeah,
versus code.
I just
so
default to 4 spaces usually.
I think we'll just leave it that way then. Let me 1 sec.
Restart the terminal. Get is not recognized. Is the name. Is get.
Did you install it?
I did in fact install it.
Yeah, that's what I'm sure.
I get that.
Just to double check, you guys said you would be able to make a like Lowe's or Home Depot run, right?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, in that case, we're essentially going to end up just copying this Everbot design. It's just instead of like the extension springs, we could probably use something else.
You're wanting to use something like surgical tubing or something like that still, or?
Yeah, that's probably good enough. Let's see.
What did y'all decide on for like are you not gonna do like the double winch kind of deal?
We're just gonna copy not the powering system, but the spring system.
Don't you not need a spring if you're doing the winch though, or is it for some other purpose? The spring is just for
Yeah,
extension.
you don't
the winch is already-
necessarily need that spring. You can just straight up winch it.
Yeah.
The only reason I could think of you might want it is just to give it some extra breathing room, like in case they get out of sync. Like it would help prevent any mechanical issues.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've seen it done once with springs and some without, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. So I think the modifications we would have to make to the design, right, is their idea is that they pull up this PVC pipe, but their hook is independent of the PVC. We're not trying to do that. We're trying to make our hook like part of it, I think, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, in theory, we can do this if we would like. We can make the hook just be carried up by the PVC, and then we just pull the hook down.
There is the benefit of if there's a failure with the hook, we don't have to replace the PVC then. That's likely.
If we do what?
If the hook is separate than the PVC, so if like the hook breaks,
Yeah.
I would argue if anything breaks, it's probably going to be the string.
the rope, yeah,
Yeah.
or whatever you're wrapping the rope around, depending if you make a pulley.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we got.
Easiest thing to do is just essentially go with this design. So what they've done is they've taken this 2x1, this is their main frame. They've taken this PVC tube, stuck the hook in it, taken a rope down the hook, and then that PVC tube has this little solid bit attached to it that keeps it spaced from this back wall, and then they tie another rope to it. So instead of these springs, we just tie this rope straight to the winch down here. And then we want to make sure, we're going to have to do a little bit of tensioning later, but that's something we can figure out.
Okay.
So let me try to come up with a process for you guys.
Oh, it's using space.
Oh, we're like 3 of them.
Well, we
Yeah.
got code running. That's good.
You guys finished flashing the Rio and doing all that stuff?
Yeah, we got the example project flashed, so it's all good.
Nice. The teams can write their robot code in like different languages like Kotlin, Java, or C++, but does it all compile down to like one like Robo Rio like machine code or something?
Not necessary. It's usually just the runtime. So for example, if you're running Java, it'll install like
JVM.
the JVM on here. This is basically just a Linux box, so it can
Really?
do whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Like with C++, it'll compile the native code for this
Yeah.
itself. And LabVIEW.
Kotlin just piggybacks off
Yeah,
of JVM.
Kotlin just runs on the JVM.
Yeah.
I would also mention for Kotlin that one's not officially supported.
Yeah, I think our team used Kotlin.
We did too.
Hey. Is it better than Java?
It's
different.
it improves on some of Java's weak.
Yeah, that's what
I've Java tried to address them, but I still think Kotlin's better. Just like syntactically, it's
Personally, the way I'd say it
Nicer.
is Kotlin fixes Java's weird choices. Like the random primitives when everything else is not object. But also the disadvantage is you can't do random jank that you can do in Java and Kotlin.
That's true.
I'm trying to remember it's stricter about like casting and stuff. Or like
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it just fixes all that weird Java decisions. Yeah.
Very interesting language though.
All things being equal, I'd personally say most FRC teams should be using either Java or Kotlin.
I would say probably Java, just because.
Yeah, just for.
If you write code in Kotlin, you show up to an event and your code breaks and you can't figure out why, the CSAs won't help you. If you write in Java, that's the officially supported language that they will help you.
Certainly not recommend teams write code in C++ unless they're extremely confident about their C++.
Yeah.
Because
The
it's.
robot is segfault all over the place.
I mean, yeah, the problem is like it's really efficient, but okay, well, hey, I don't
You
think
don't care
FRC bots are really that like.
Unless you're doing like complex physics simulations on the Rio, which to be fair, you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
Not really needed.
I mean, to be honest, if you do have something you need to run efficiently, that's
Do it
usually
on
where you have a
different
coprocessor.
Do it, yeah.
And you write it on your coprocessor in Python or whatever,
Like the
but
Rio,
like.
the Rio is not a powerful piece of equipment. Like there's not much. Like the C elitists will say, "Oh, you need to take advantage of every piece of power the machine can give you," and all this. But like the Rio, it's not that powerful to begin with. So
The
like
development time and like the errors you add with C++ just isn't worth it for FRC.
And also, most people start learning on Java at least.
like it's yeah. Like also because like AP Computer Science.
Is Java.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. In my opinion, learn how pointers work, and you can pretty much write C++ from a Java knowledge base.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Java's basically C++ based.
But also just like I haven't looked too much into the WPI lib C++. I know there's like different licenses.
No, he's not.
Not.
I want to talk to him about this just to make sure he's
It was a shooter on the robot.
Yeah, listen.
Sorry, not a shooter, but as a climb. Guess we didn't climb on the
I can tell to come here.
Okay, yeah.
Colin, could you come to the design room?
We have the relay walkie-talkie things now, so.
Vin wants to speak to you. Vin wants to speak to you. Oh, he's coming.
They had more granularity on volume level. It's either too quiet or it's too loud.
Someone's asking Twitch if we need a piece.
Oh, what?
It's Trevor.
Was I summoned?
Yeah.
What's the question?
What's up?
So I wanted to talk you through the kind of design for the timer and make sure we're on the same page so we don't have any miscommunication.
Awesome, sounds good.
Okay, so are you in front of the laptop running Discord right now?
I'm in front of the TV. I think this is it, right? Yeah.
Oh.
What was that about, Twitch? Yep, I see that.
Yeah. So what we're essentially doing is repurposing 118's EveryBot for our use. So
Okay.
I'll quickly walk you through the way the fire works.
I saw you sent that and I looked at it. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is essentially what we're going to be doing, except we're probably going to ditch the like springs here.
Yep.
So,
simple.
and then I think the other idea was instead of having, we're probably going to ditch this rope inside, go to the hook, which is separate from this extension here. So we make a hard mount in the hook, and then just have the rope. Other idea was like tensioning a rope, pull the entire structure down. But which is separate from this extension here. What do you think about this kind of design, just repurposing this? So we have just a single winch motor needed. We'll be using 2 ropes aside from the spring. So instead of the spring here, this will just be a rope.
Yeah.
So this will start off.
Okay.
We'll start off by tensioning this rope that's drawn on the right-hand side here, and this rope on the left-hand side will start off fully like using flat ropes aside from the spring.
Yeah.
And then once we extend it, this right one should be like fully tensioned, and then we start winching this left one in, which would be reversing the direction of the motor.
Yeah,
Because
essentially,
the- yeah.
you're always unwinding one rope and winding the other up.
Yeah.
Perfect.
One thing is they're using a ratchet strap to connect with the hook section, which means maybe.
Yeah, essentially,
Are you just gonna use
you're
like
always
their
unwinding one rope and winding the
for
other up.
equivalent, or are we gonna use like that or different? One thing is they're using.
I don't care what we use.
Okay. A
Airport should
ratchet
be
strap
fine.
to connect with the hook section.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what's easiest for y'all, so it depends on easiest to work.
I've got a paracord in my car right there.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, I have 300 feet of it in my dorm, a mile away.
One thing is they're
But
using.
I don't care what we use.
Okay.
Airport should be fine.
All good.
But I think in terms of a hardware run, we probably need to go out and buy PVC, because I don't think we have any other option given the parts we have.
Yeah.
Because with the box, I did some quick CAD dimensioning and stuff. So with the metal that we have, nothing fits well enough inside each other.
Yeah.
So even, sorry, coming in?
Yeah, I agree that that's more challenging than getting PVC to fit.
Yeah. So I was just gonna say, like, we essentially just follow their instructions and then swap out some of the parts for the parts that we have.
We could look for aluminum from metal box tube as well. I know there are places locally that we could get it if that's a better option.
So the big issue with that is like it would be a lot more mechanically complex too. Like you would have to fit bearings inside.
Yeah. Okay.
So it would be like you'd have to design a whole rail system to keep it nice and smooth when it comes to metal. Whereas with PVC, like we don't really care. You can just let it slide up and down.
Yeah. All right.
So yeah, I think the big deal is figuring out the hook itself. Like how do you want to get the hook attached to the PVC and suited well? So obviously the way they did it is their hook is like a freestanding hook.
Yeah.
It just sits inside the PVC, and then their rope attached directly to the hook. Or we could do like the hook and this PVC are a single unit. They're like drilled together, and we pull them down together. So what do you think would be easiest for you guys to work with?
It's probably going to depend on the geometry of the hook that we end up with. My concern with leaving it attached is bending moments in the PVC.
Yeah, PVC is not story. So yeah, I'm looking for essentially doing exactly what they did. So just
Yeah.
modifying the hook itself to suit our needs.
Yeah, all right.
You're attaching the rope directly to the hook?
Bending moments. That would be my inclination.
Okay.
That removes any chance of snapping PVC.
So the only point of the PVC is to just keep it straight.
Yeah, get it high enough.
Yeah, I'm looking
Yeah.
for essentially doing exactly what they did. So just
Yeah.
modifying the hook itself to suit our needs.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Yeah, all right.
You're attaching the rope directly to the hook?
Yeah, hopefully
That would be my
that should give you guys some
Okay.
stuff
That
to
removes
do,
any
and
chance of
hopefully
snapping
that should be good
PVC.
too.
So the
And I
only
think-
point of the PVC is to just keep
I
it
think we were
straight.
saying we were doing one
Get it
on
high
each side,
enough.
right? Two of these. Essentially doing exactly
Yeah, that's what I think we ought to do.
Yeah. Modifying the hook itself to suit our needs.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Yeah, all right.
You're attaching the rope directly to
Alright,
the
I
hook?
guess if we're good with that, and you guys have a good idea of what you need to buy it, package, single 40 PVC, I think we should receive everything we need to buy it, right? Two of these.
Package PVC, okay. Going inside 1-inch aluminum tube.
Or yeah, 1-inch box, whatever works. I would say use 2x1 now because yeah, definitely use 2x1 actually.
Yeah, because you need
Just need to fit the other.
You need to fit the truck.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Can I steal one of your design members to just go stand by the robot and talk about this more maybe while the rest keep going?
Yeah, definitely.
Anyone volunteer?
To do what?
To come stand by the robot and talk through everything in detail while everyone else keeps going on design?
Yeah.
The three of us will go, and you guys keep going? Awesome. Yep.
Yeah, and the person you're taking with you.
What'd you say?
Yes. So just for your reference, the stuff that I'm looking at, I sent on the Slack. It's the Google Doc link.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, as long as you follow that to roughly, you should be fine.
All right, thanks.
Do we want to
Yeah,
line
you
the,
can message me if you can.
Yep.
with this, do we want to line the hook being forward or back, or with the, not the hook, but the actual, do we want the channel to be mounted to the front edge of the C channel or the back edge of the C
I don't
channel?
think it really matters.
Well, it kind of matters, it's like fully arrangement.
Yeah, we'll see what fits. We'll see what fits in the robot. I think one edge of the C channel is higher than the other. I'd say to the high edge. We'll see what fits in the robot.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you're gonna have to do like in-person finagling because my CAD model isn't gonna be as 100% accurate as to what you guys have in person.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I kind of wanted to steal some people and look at the specifics. All right,
Yeah, exactly.
I'll text you if
Sounds
you need
good.
anything.
Probably.
I'm gonna walk over to the build space and figure out what we have in terms of encoders and controllers.
Yeah, sure, but
Yeah.
I believe all we have in terms of encoders is just the built-in Neo stuff. I don't think we have dedicated ones.
Okay. Well, I was just trying to figure out for the climb mechanism.
Yeah, I think.
Sounds like they're using a mini sim for it.
Yeah, we are. I thought we were using Neos.
I don't really know why we chose Minisim.
We have many sims?
Yeah.
Okay. Seems kind of weird though, because
I mean, we have spare neos, don't we?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, we
And
have.
if I was going to if I was going to dedicate a neo to something, I feel like climbing is a good purpose.
that's probably going to give you more than a mini sim in terms of power. And also you,
Absolutely.
you get the encoders, we'd be able to have some sort of a safety on it as some sort of a limit.
Okay.
Because if we don't flap an encoder on it, we know nothing.
Ben, are you hearing this?
Actually, you're give me a quick summary.
We're talking about Minisim versus Neo.
Just because
For the climber.
if we have the Neo, we may as well use it because we'd also get the embedded encoder with it as well, which would be useful for setting limits on the mechanism and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as currently being designed, there are no hard stops to it, which is something that you guys could work out if you would like, is deciding a hard stop, but definitely, yeah, the Neos would give you encoders which are really nice for programming to use.
Yeah, that's.
So are we using a Neo then?
I mean, the Neo is also smaller than a mini sim, right?
It's roughly the same size. It's just lighter, I think.
Same size.
If I remember correctly, it's the profile of the sim, but like,
Or the Neo might be.
Yeah, that's.
it's 100% going.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
The only thing the mini sim beats it on is shorter profile.
Just because we have, like, they said we had like some like 10 Neos or something, so like we may as well use them. We may as well just stick with the Spark Maxes because that would keep things nice and consistent, where we wouldn't have to pull out like another controller or God forbid a PWM controller.
We have 10 Neos, 5 red lines, which are the 775s, and then 6 Versaplanetary kits.
Main concern is just motor controllers and stuff, because I mean, like the Sparks can run a brush motor. It's just like I'd rather run them all Neos just to keep it consistent if we can.
I'm gonna send Colin a message and say, hey, we're gonna use Neos and Neo instead of a mini sim.
Yeah, I feel like that. Unless there's a reason to use a mini sim, I feel like Neo would just be better all around.
Makes the code easier, honestly.
Yeah. Also, with regards to the gear ratios, I don't know what gear like versaplanetary. I cannot speak English. Versaplanetary gearboxes you guys have there. But I guess like shooting for I think they used a 50-to-1 ratio.
I have no idea. I have no idea what kind we have or what ratios we have available.
Yeah, with the Neos, like the ratio doesn't even impact the speed that we'd be scaling at.
Kevin, I missed what you said.
Oh no, I was gonna say the ratio mainly as long as we keep it like even a 25-to-1 should be sufficient.
Sorry.
It'll just be I think it'll just be a bit slower.
Yeah.
What was here?
Nothing. They had numbers in a virtual system, but we renamed them, so it really didn't matter. Yes, so that's what.
Do we want to?
Designed for.
It's probably not worth doing the math on the torque of the motor versus and how it's wrapping and all that with the weight and how fast they go.
Yeah, I could plug into JDF if we wanted, but it's honestly not.
I think just pick an arbitrary large number.
Yeah, we know the Neo, honestly.
Build to timing mechanisms using it.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess it's time to pivot to the like actual intake and outtake mechanism, and I guess it would be nice to also think about what sort of automation we might want to do with that as well, because that's one thing I always like to incorporate is like give programmers more work to do.
I don't know what we have by way of sensors. I don't think we have any, so we probably won't be able to have like detection of stuff in there, but we were thinking of tying like with the intake roller, and then we'd have some sort of other like belt to move the balls through the robot, sort of tying those together and having some sort of a gating mechanism at the end so we could let the balls pile up in that conveyor while it still runs.
Okay.
That's going to be something that's going to be interesting to figure out though. Basically just like sort of like our 2020 robot having that conveyor that would kind of like whenever the intake's running, the conveyor's running, and then the balls are stopped by something at the end of it where they'll end up just piling up there in sort of a queue, and when we dump them, they all go out at once.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's something to stop them at the end of that.
Yeah. On the plus side, there are only two balls, which makes our life a lot easier. Because in 2020, those balls had this effect where they'd like punch up on each other and they'd act like gears, where they'd rotate in opposite directions. It was annoying. One second, I'm gonna go see if I have any tennis balls in my house. I'll be back.
Okay. Keep in mind, we're doing dinner in about half hour.
Okay, we'll go do that in half an hour.
Okay.
Oh,
Just out of curiosity, are there any design team members there that have a laptop with SolidWorks running and whatnot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have one.
Me and Cody
Over.
both have it up.
We can start actually starting with files that are relevant to this year. So a lot of that might involve like figuring out which parts were used in the chassis. Because the chassis file itself has some things that are specific to 2020. I kind of just used it as a robot file.
Yeah.
So yeah, it might be worthwhile going through this, identifying which files we need to keep for the like present day chassis, and then copying them over into a new folder. And then you can create a new assembly for the robot and a new chassis assembly. That way it's more modular.
Okay. So go through the chassis assembly and just delete stuff that we don't want. That's all you're saying, right?
Yeah, that's probably the better way to go about it.
Okay.
Take a look at the electrical stuff.
You wanna do that or you want me to?
I can get it. But all I think is
Yeah, mine is lagging like crazy.
yeah, like whenever I open up, my computer just starts going.
Yeah.
It's bad.
How's your laptop doing on charge? You think I can plug mine in?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Is this one?
Yeah.
want to make sure like you didn't touch like the rig. Did you touch the example commands or?
No,
Okay, I'm probably gonna get rid of that.
I mean, you could just pull everything.
This should be the latest version.
Oh, I should have got the one without all this extra stuff.
That won't be
Yeah.
a broken.
I haven't either now.
Hey, they found the pizza. Dude, this thing's less.
Speaking back.
Is there any way to turn this down?
Okay, delete example command, delete example subsystem.
Okay, sweet. You got the thing on Discord. I can just screenshot that. Okay. Here we go. You ready now?
Yeah.
Sorry that took a minute. So, real quick, remind me which side is the front. Is it the one with the omnis or without the omnis?
Inside.
Say that again.
The side with the omnis?
Okay, this is the front.
Yeah.
Cool. Why did we put omnis in the front?
That's how the robot is currently. Like the IRL robot has the omnis in the front.
Okay, cool. All right, so we're thinking about the ball, right?
Yeah, if you look at my screen, you can get a rough sense of how big it is relative to the robot.
Okay. Gotcha.
Hopefully it's top.
How's that look?
Slightly big.
Okay, I'll get it a little smaller. That better?
Yeah, that looks closer. Yeah.
And we know we have this bar that comes down, right?
Mhm.
Okay. That about how far it comes down?
Like, yeah, well, it looks relatively accurate.
Okay. So it's gonna come into the robot here. I'm with you. I'm stuck in the same mindset of the 2020 RI3D robot. And I can't think of anything else for some reason.
Yeah, everything I can think of requires a cutout at the front.
Yeah.
So the other option I had in mind was kind of like, in 2018 or in 2019, how teams have that little like plant farm.
No, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Sorry.
Let me see if I can put a picture. Just told me they have a good picture of their intake. Right, 5190. Yeah, so like this wheeled intake sort of deal.
I'm still looking at CAD on your screen.
Oh, I did not share the right thing.
Wait. Okay, is he still on the call? Okay, I have a. How high should we make the 2x1s compared to the max build height?
That's probably a calculator question. Be able to reach the bar, how long you have to extend.
As seen the rest of the design.
Yeah, essentially the longer you make the 2x1, the more support the PVC is going to have on the way up.
Okay, Colin was thinking like 10, make it go up to like 10 inches below max build height.
That's pretty massive.
Well, what we're gonna have to get. I don't know the dimensions. I don't have a file. Could one of you?
What was your question, Kevin?
What's the height of the bar from the ground? And then there's also another somewhat concern is there's a 4-inch gap between the lip directly if you line up to drop in, and the actual scoring area. So we need to figure out a way to get it over that 4-inch gap.
4-inch gap and a 9.5-inch ball.
So are you wondering how
It
high?
might settle. Also,
Yeah.
Are you wondering how high the middle bar is?
yeah, the bar we're planning to climb.
It is 5 feet 1/4, 5 feet and 1/4 of an inch,
And the build, okay, to the.
and the build height is 5 feet 6.
Okay, so we only have like 2 feet of exposed. If you go 10 inches under.
Oh, and also keep in mind the first rung is 4 feet. So if you're probably gonna have to go under that first.
Okay, I'll just tell them that the hook has to be under 4 feet.
Yeah.
And then if you go up to the different field element, the center thing. Yeah, there's a 4-inch gap there, so between if you drive up straight and the scoring mechanism.
Yeah, you can't just ram it and have it launch out. You have to like physically push it out.
Yeah, so I was talking with Colin, we were thinking we could do like our ramp goes up higher, but then we have like a drawbridge thing that drops down that the balls can roll over.
At that
That's one way, but
regardless, you're gonna need some way to get the balls up and out. So you like the inertia might as well just carry it over, or
Okay.
you might as well just make it easy for that. So,
yeah, just you three try to figure out that part out while I try to get him with the right direction with the lift. And we're thinking about maybe doing the rope on the outside just for flow purposes. Because it's kind of getting a little compact due to the method we're doing.
Hey, Kevin, I'm watching 5190's clamp arm reveal video thing right now.
it's like honestly won't be the best thing to do, but it's a different idea.
Yeah. Rather than using that roller bar.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to not have the ball bounce. I really hate that the ball bounces so high.
Oh, I'm with you. I hate it too. Could we? Okay. We want to make this thing really fast. And one of the things that's slow about robots when when they're just focused on like a logo is they have to turn. So could we load in one side and out the other?
I'm fine with that. Oh, also picture of the ball and its compression.
Oh, yeah, hold on one second. Oh, that's not much compression at all, is it?
Yeah, that's like nothing.
Yeah, that's almost. I almost feel like a basketball would be very similar.
Honestly, a basketball might be less rigid.
Yeah. That thing's gonna hurt when it hits somebody.
Yeah.
I don't know, it might be light being a tennis ball, but. Hmm.
Yeah, but yeah, no, that's something I was thinking though. Like in terms of cycle speeds, intake on one end, outtake on the other might be the way to go. But also, like on the field itself, it might just be easier if your front and back are the same side.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because, like, you instead of having a sort of arc to collect, because they're like, you're facing the center, and then they're they're also coming from the center. So it'd be more of like a 3-point turn than having to go all the way 180 around to pick them up as they're coming back out towards you.
Yeah. Something I kind of like to do, this doesn't take care of the intake problem, but
Did you need me on the relay?
No.
Okay, I couldn't hear it.
Okay. Me and Joe went and picked up the Ethernet USB thing he needed.
Okay, cool.
So I had tried to say, hey, we're leaving, and then I said we're back. I don't think anybody missed us for 10 minutes.
All right, nice.
Hopefully the stream didn't crash or anything.
That looks fine.
Awesome. Dinner will be here in like 30-ish minutes.
Okay.
Pizza. So kind of heads up, maybe start trying to wind it down, maybe just a little bit. But yeah.
Hey, Kevin,
yeah.
could you explain what you just drew? Because I am completely lost.
Yeah, no worries. I was just about to get to that. So yeah, this is kind of what I had in mind. It's a very ugly, like 5-year-old drawing.
I love it.
Kindergarten level drawing. But the idea is intake at the front. The front is on the left-hand side.
Okay.
Ball somehow gets it. I'm totally avoiding that question at the moment. Like, how do we get the ball? But one option that I had is like, you let it loop over on itself, like the path the ball takes loops over on itself. And at the top, you have 2 flywheels that act as like a mini shooter. They don't need to be super high powered, just enough to cover like the half a foot. That way the balls get kind of semi-launched out of the robot, and you don't have to worry about it.
Okay, I like that. I wish I could draw on your drawing, but I was gonna say, why do you have it looping back on itself rather than just going to the other side?
This is it. We could do whatever.
Okay.
This concept of having it shoot out, I think we should stick to. That's not what I wanted to do. We should have it stick to like this concept over here of it like being semi-shot out. I think that's worthwhile to do.
Yeah, just it gives it that little bit of extra, making sure it gets in and not having to wait on it either.
Yeah. As for the direction, having it go straight through would be easier. And yeah, that's basically, there were 3 problems we had: intake, traverse the ball inside the robot, and outtake. I think we've taken care of outtake now.
Absolutely.
Okay. So now let's piece intake and figure out how to get it to the outtake.
Mm-hmm. The goal is to not use that roller bar, or if we do, figure out how to not make it bounce all over the place, correct?
Okay.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, that is what I would like to do.
Okay, I'm on board. Okay, Eli and Soham just walked in, so
We just want to get everything clarified before setting up a list of purchases for the climbing mechanism.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could you start?
Oh, just want to make sure like the correct materials and just like how the mechanism just like works, just to finalize that, I guess.
Yeah.
Start with running through.
I'm just trying to see.
Did you pull up the CAD?
Yeah. Kevin, do you have any sort of a CAD for the climber yet?
For the climber?
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
No.
These guys,
Here's an updated model that
there's a model that we're basing it off of.
just has the intake bumpers and
Okay.
everything else.
although we were just talking about getting rid of that intake,
Intake? Okay, cool.
so
Getting rid of it?
yeah.
Because it's gonna be a long modification.
Alright, I'm done.
Okay, now let's. So we're thinking. I personally just want some clarification how we're gonna get the rotation movement because we can't really wind the rope inside the 1x2.
You're not gonna wind the rope inside the 1x2. It's gonna be tied to the thing that pushes it up, and then on the
Okay, can you pull up can you show us on like the image of like
pull up the Discord. Yeah. So you're gonna. The rope's just gonna be tied on that like little black and white thing. And then,
no that not the rope that's connected to the hook.
oh, to the hook. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we're talking. Because if you go back to the robot drilling,
Well, why couldn't you just put a hole in the side?
I'm just yeah, we're just trying to get everything clarified before.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we were thinking about maybe running like a 1/4 inch or smaller smooth thing, like press fit to the pipe, and a hole in the side, and you just do not pipe to the 1x2.
What part are you referring to right now? The hook or?
The with that drawing the ratchet scrap.
Yeah, so we're using the tubing instead of that.
Yeah, he's talking about this, right?
No, we're not going to be using the tubing instead of that. We're going to be using the tubing instead of the spring.
The spring.
For the first iteration, because otherwise we're going to probably have to set up a more complicated system of powering. Because with the alignment of this, if I understand correctly, because of how we have to have the hooks, except if we can rope.
Yeah, cheap Delphi especially. I wanted to design this.
Oh, I remember making that.
This was our last year with the mechanism. So we had a telescoping that never quite worked, so we needed a better telescoping system. But then when it got up, it had this whole big catch and then snapped around the bar so that it was locked in. And then when we went to climb, it just pulls out.
My problem is that's going to be a little complicated with setting up with the robot because we have to stay under the 4-foot height.
Yeah.
And we want only 2 stages.
Are we sure there's no way we could drive around?
We just want to do that so the driver doesn't have to mentally keep in contact with that if they have to pick up a stray ball that went into that direction.
Okay, good point.
And also, when you're going in...
Well, no, I think we need to be below robot height.
No,
or below the low bar.
Yeah, that's what
we're talking
about. What thing is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I'm not protesting that at all. I'm just showing you what we had last year as an inspiration. I don't know.
I always really liked that sort of mechanism.
I know. I don't know if any of this is worth repeating.
Maybe the hook.
But for one, we have the parts already, and we know that this hook holds robot weight because we've done it in the past.
Yeah.
Maybe just the hook could be rebuild, but...
And this is a pretty wide, anywhere in that zone as when you extend it, it catches the bar.
Yeah.
So you could probably make like a second hook just like
Yeah.
that, but smaller.
You think we
Why
could
you make it smaller?
probably?
Why are we gonna do that?
Yeah, exactly. Even, did you ever see the mechanism from last year?
Programmatically, but
I
only whatever is going to be inaccurate.
sorry, do I get to hear that?
So just
Did you ever see the hook mechanism from last year?
That was 2020.
That's my.
Yeah, sorry, it was built 2 years ago, but we were going to try to use it last year.
It's probably going to be the exact same code.
Actually, if you guys have Discord open on your phone or something, could you tell that camera I can do that?
But hey, just pull up the Twitch stream.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Let me avoid an infinity mirror here.
Well, we enjoyed that.
You have it.
Oh, I did have it
Does
open.
anyone have it open just so I can see what I'm showing?
Uh-huh. There you go.
Well, it's like a minute delay.
Killer, I got it.
Colin's got you.
Oh, never mind.
Nope. And I.
Hold up.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show the hook mechanism, or you can see me now with it in my hand, but that's delayed.
It's delayed by like probably a minute.
So it opens as you extend the hook. It opens to any bar that comes down and then locks it closed so that it gets caught inside the hook mechanism. And then when you start to winch, or rather, I guess we drop the telescoping portion and just the hook comes straight off. It's sort of an H fitting over 2 bars that holds it in place.
Okay, that's pretty neat.
And then it just pops off and it's, free floating with a rope on it.
If we're doing something like that with the telescoping, the size of the hook means we'd probably have to mount the top. We have to get the top under the forefoot, which is.
Why wouldn't you just ditch the telescoping and just use that as the hook on everything we've just been
Yeah.
talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
We only need to extend like 2 foot. I think this hook will work fine, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that just means we just have to make sure.
And we just put this thing on the PVC.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd be concerned about.
You just need to make it compatible with this year's bar. So
Yeah, exactly.
It probably is.
Yeah, I think it is.
What size?
Measure.
Wait, it's.
The size of the bar.
1.66, I believe, is the diameter.
The only thing I'd be concerned about that is, can I see it real quick?
Yeah.
The tubing at the bottom, like how well it snaps back together. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Like, it is right now, but
This worst case is the smallest bar, right?
yeah.
Because the further out it is, the more momentum it has. Right?
Okay.
Inches in diameter, right? Then you're gonna catch here,
Yeah.
and it's actually gonna be hitting up here.
Yeah,
No, I'm with you.
we'll just need 2.
Yeah.
And then one thing with that, we could, because you see how these are aligned. What if we did the 1x2 along not along against the 2 inches, not along against the robot chassis, but against the C channel?
Harder to bolt. I'd rather get a firm connection to the robot chassis.
With that means we can have both.
Basic drive.
Both of them being able to be powered without having a chain or gear.
Instagram and ask if we needed game piece and any
you should check out the Twitch chat.
What are they saying?
So
I just closed it.
What did they say?
Yeah, game pieces would probably be.
So is there really a need for it to snap? It's just easier to overextend and then drive into it. No. Question mark.
I would say the need to snap is the hanging on the far side of the field or the close side of the field?
That's a good question.
If it's on the far side,
It's on the close side.
okay, that makes snapping less valuable.
Yeah.
Because if you're climbing on the other end of the field, you would need the snap.
Okay, I would argue the snapping is for it to not swing off, whereas the just using the hook, like that helps it. That's overextending, like they were talking about, would make it easier to get onto it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think the snapping thing was really valuable for 2020 because the hanging bar was moving.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
here's the fixed, we don't really care.
Yeah, I do like using a hook that's massive like that because the swinging, you're not going to swing if you have that much clearance.
We could get rid of the second part of this.
Yeah, exactly. Just like basically go for your original like easy hook that's open.
Yeah. Yeah, we can fabric. Actually, we can make this out of aluminum too.
Yeah, and we're planning on, unlike with the drawing that we're working with, we're thinking about testing with replacing the spring with not paracord, with surgical tubing.
Yeah.
Because it's harder due to our alignment of the 1x2 to actually power two strings there, and it's better to just test without powering.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if that's what's easier, that gets the job done. So.
Yeah. Okay.
We couldn't mount the actual hook near the top, so then we could have, so it would be less.
Can you guys figure out for me the length of the 1x2 and the length of the PVC that we want?
Yeah, and with it being under 4, with the
Potentially a large hook.
I'd go for, just for safety, like half and half of the height that you would need. It's like from the base of the robot to the rung, divide that in 2.
Yeah.
And then give yourself like an 1.5 inches extra.
Okay, yeah. What's the distance between the top of the bar and the top of the max height?
That's what I got. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Okay.
Kevin, I don't know if you heard, dinner just got here for us, so if we could kind of bring this to a close of like a few things we need to do.
I'd like to have those sizes right now.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll go eat.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, from the floor to the rung is 5.25 inches, and then for the robot construction rules.
Say you're picking, right?
Yeah. Here, can you start again?
Okay, so from the floor to the mid rung, which is the one we're aiming for, the height is 5 feet and 1/4 inch.
All right.
And then the height limit, I believe, is 4 feet 4 inches.
And what's the lowest rung height?
The lowest rung is at a height of 4 feet and 3/4 inch from the floor. Yeah.
4 feet 3/4. And what's the extended height max is 5'6"?
Yeah. I believe so, yes.
We can go 6 inches over the bar.
Yeah, okay. That'll all be cooked, probably.
Yeah.
That hook might be more than 6 inches.
Yeah.
That is. I was saying it's what if we mount at the top corner of the hook?
Well, we can make a smaller hook.
Yeah, that's gonna be more than 6 inches.
Yeah, that's like a foot. Yeah, so we just can't go over the low bar height.
So I guess do like 2.5 feet for the aluminum.
Okay.
Actually, give it 2.5 feet. Maybe give it a few more.
All right.
Yeah, you're probably gonna end up doing some trimming down with that, but 2.5 feet is probably a good place to start. And if it ends up looking too long, we can always cut down on the PVC.
You think 2.5 for both?
Yeah, that's where I'm starting off with 2.5 for both. It should get the job done. All
right, let's get dinner.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go write that down again real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, y'all can grab dinner, and when we get back, hopefully that should be enough for you guys to get working on the build team. And then on design, we'll try to come to a conclusion for intake and how to actually get the ball through the robot.
All right, that sounds good. Oh, everybody just left, so it's just me. All right.
I'll see.
Okay, sounds good. Bye.
bent into the shape we wanted and then
Yeah.
attach plastic to that. I'm thinking something like that is probably a good way to do the
Yeah.
thing again.
I do know we had so much trouble with it getting caught. Didn't we use like surgical tubing or something to try and like?
Yeah, but I think a lot of the reason it was getting caught was, well, we were dumb with how we designed it, and there were like holes that it could get stuck in.
Yeah.
And then
the
two
stickiness of
balls
the balls.
feeding into one space.
Yeah.
As long as everything is sloped well, it shouldn't be an issue.
Okay. For intake, we were talking about something that was like, you got spinning wheels and then clamps.
I'm not picturing that.
For picking up off the ground. Here, I'll show you the example that we pulled.
Okay. Okay. It's that mechanism?
Yeah.
Huh.
That looks familiar.
So we're thinking about, okay, so we're not thinking about doing an intake roller the same way.
Yeah, Kevin and I both are of the opinion that we kind of want to get rid of the intake roller.
Why?
We're concerned about the bounciness of those tennis balls. And so when it sucks it in, we feel like it's going to just not be predictable about where it's going to bounce.
Well, we can put a whole cover on so that it can't bounce anywhere.
True.
We could do that, but then what about the 2-ball one? Like the,
Yeah, I feel
we
like
wouldn't be
that's
able to
less
use-
productive.
We wouldn't be able to utilize the 2-ball. I mean, that's not that hard of something to implement.
I feel like that's harder than this.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah, with the resources.
There's a lot more
yeah.
motion and a lot more structure.
Yeah. With the resources we have here, that's
So wait, are you trying to create like a wheeled intake?
They're talking about arms that can move this way with wheels on the end that suck
Ooh.
into the middle of the
So
arms.
like a little like claw thing?
But more like,
Oh, I see.
But there's this degree of motion that we have to build and this degree of motion that we have to build.
yeah.
That was a
And power 2 sets of wheels.
Yeah, it's we used a CNC to make that.
Yeah, exactly.
So and we had like made a custom bracket, and we had like the custom intake plates as well. And we can't cut anything we can't put metal on that CNC over there anyways.
Yeah.
Wait, can we cut plexi?
Maybe.
But anyways, like.
But it's gonna take a long time.
Yeah. Okay. I'll
That's
go
the other
talk to
thing. Is
Kevin.
6 weeks is a lot of time to
And I'll-
CNC things
6 weeks? Wait, what do you mean?
in a regular build season.
Right.
I'll go talk to him and I'll let you know what we figure out. But
Okay.
that is a good
Are we really just doing materials for tonight and then?
Yeah.
for tomorrow? Okay.
I just need a good idea of the materials that we need.
Yeah.
Okay. 27 feet worth of like 2x4s. 6 feet by 6 feet worth of plywood.
6 by 6.
Yeah.
What's the diameter of that circle?
It's like 5 feet and like 18 inches. I'm not 18, sorry, 1/8 inches.
Okay.
It's weird and
All right, hold on. 2 by 4. You need 27 feet. 27 divided by 8. Okay, so I will get a couple of those. That's just for the bottom one, right? Not for the hanging.
that's both accounting for like both like 2x4s for the what's it called?
But that's just for the logo. That's not for the hanging as well.
That's combining with the hanging. If you want to separate,
Okay, that's
it's-
both.
Yeah, it's both.
Awesome.
Were you making one of the hoppers as well?
Not exactly a hopper, but like a circle indicating it's a hopper.
What the hell? Hold on. Where are 2 by 4s? Okay, there we go.
Okay.
I'm scrolling through on Home Depot, and it's like $75.
Whoa.
160 bucks. Yeah, I'm like, this is not 2x4s. What the hell? And then here we go.
I mean, I don't know, man.
$6.
Wood's been getting expensive.
Yes, it's still $6 for a 2x4.
All right. And the 4 feet worth of like 1/4 Schedule 40 steel pipe.
Of what diameter?
1 1/4. Or 1/4. 1
1 1/4 steel pipe, 4 feet.
Mm-hmm. And then I have like basic stuff like angle brackets, screws. Yeah.
How are you mounting your steel pipe?
Good point.
Are we just drilling through holes in 2x4s?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Unless you guys have like a better like.
Do you have, you've designed the climbing stand in a way that it won't fall over, right? There's like some sort of support at the base.
That's a good point. Do you want those supports to be like separate 2x4s or like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just do like triangles at the bottom kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to be doing any more road building right now, right?
We can do as much as we can, yeah. What can we start with? I guess I need to go cut the,
Plywood.
well, I'll need to cut plywood tomorrow, but I need to go cut the tubing pieces that we need.
Right.
Because we don't have a good metal saw here.
Can we not use the one in there?
In there is, I believe, a wood blade.
Let me check. It probably is though.
I would assume it's for wood.
It's the woodworking shop. I don't think they like metal in there.
Yeah.
That's like the cross contamination.
Okay, Sam says there should be a blueprint for a climbing stand already in there.
There is?
Yeah.
Did he say where?
With the wood field stuff. Okay, so they've released field drawings, I guess. Or plans.
9:30 should be good for the pickup.
9:30 should be good, okay. Sounds good, thanks.
What was he referring to?
The hardware run tomorrow morning at 9:30. So I'll have to buy everything and be waiting for them.
We. Are we still live? Is there anything left for you guys?
Yeah, then it's being moved.
I saw that there was like a separate Wi-Fi. Should I connect to that?
Up to you, yeah. I think EDU Roam is kind of weak in here.
Okay.
else do we need at the hardware store? We're good on aluminum tube, I think.
Okay.
Go to Colin at the same depot as last time.
Yeah, should be. I'll send you the address.
Alright, great. Just confirming.
Find another store. No.
You have to take this home or leave it here.
Yeah, take it home, charge it.
What kind of motor is on the intake right now?
.775 inversely planetary gearbox.
Is there like an inventory?
What kind of motor control is on that 775? Is it a Spark Max?
Yeah, Spark Max looks to be the only thing on the robot right now.
Is there like an inventory list?
There is in Notion.
Okay.
What do you need?
I just wanted to like look over and maybe see something that we might miss.
No. You're looking for what?
Anything we might miss, you know? Like, oh, do you think we need more screw? I'm trying to figure out a way to make sure like we go to the hardware store like as few times as possible. Basically.
Hey,
What you find?
let me send it to you.
Part.
Wait, is it felt? Is that what the like material is?
I don't know if it's exactly felt, but it's like some sort of fuzzy material.
Gotta be. Tennis balls.
It's a felt covered rubber compound.
Yeah, it is felt. So
It felt made from nylon or wool.
okay,
Learning our tennis ball anatomy today.
yeah. Wait, was it? Has there previous games of tennis balls?
This is actually basically just like the oversized version of the first game, where they had like the tennis balls and you're firing them into the center goal.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
What
It's basically
year?
just that, but like bigger.
What year?
90 something.
Was that the one where they sat on corn?
Yeah.
We love
Yeah, it's wait, that is not the video. Wait a second, it's not 96, it's even earlier.
I want to say like 93 or something.
92?
Dude, I
Yeah,
think it's called Maze
92.
Race.
It says 92.
That might be it. It was early 90s.
I don't think first was.
Yeah, 92.
One last thing, Sammy wants me to bug y'all real quick. If you haven't filmed your team like bio intro thing, please do that. They want to get that video up tonight.
Okay, I'm going to laptop.
So it's super easy.
Well, it's just a bunch of tennis balls rolling around in corn. I want to see what the balls do inside.
I assume they're normal sized tennis balls.
There you are.
Yeah, these are like normal tennis balls.
Are you
Also-
sharing your screen?
This is back before they had wireless, so they had to like.
Yeah.
Which seems like the friction shouldn't be a big issue.
I didn't realize this first existed in 1992.
That was the first year.
I'm pretty sure.
Yo, people have flavors from
Game, yeah.
1992.
Yeah.
It was called Maze Craze.
Not gonna lie, it's kind of hype.
Yeah, I thought they were a late 90s thing.
There's a lot of power to just having a small raised platform and people hoarding around it.
I think like the modern first field like originated in like early 2000, like 2001, 2002. I think is where it's kind of from.
Yeah, like pre-2000s, first used to be essentially just FTC.
Huh.
Yeah, like FRC, but all the robots were on an FTC kind of scale.
It was
Yeah,
not actually.
base
quite-
price was very FTC scale.
Yeah, but after that, they got pretty
Yeah.
large.
Like I know like some of the early 2000s games.
Yeah, like they got really massive. Like 2002, 2003 robot.
So you're going to the hardware like 9, right? You're going to the hardware store at 9, right? Like,
Yeah, probably a little before then. I'll be like actually going to start shopping.
okay.
Oh man, we got such a late start.
Tomorrow's gonna be a fun day.
Yeah, we need to get. We need to get most of both mechanisms in tomorrow.
Or at least have like, yeah, no, both have to get in because school.
Yeah. Well, and testing and then fixing everything that breaks.
I know it's like a bit, like, it's been like a hot minute since I looked at electronics. Is there any way you could like give me like a refresher?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because it's been a hot.
Just of how the FRC electronics work.
Yeah. It's been like a hot minute.
Well, so we don't have most of them here.
We took them apart. Oh, I know Neos. That's about it.
All right. So the simplest connection. The motor plugs into the motor controller.
Gotcha.
Got it? All right, then the other end of the motor controller goes straight into the PDP. And then the PDP has its output, the big wires that run through the main breaker to the battery.
Right.
So that's where the power flows that actually runs the motors. The PDP also has two other important outputs on it. The CAN bus has to pass through it,
Okay.
which is this wire that does
Right.
all the data.
Right, the green white wire.
And it has power to the Rio. And actually, I think to some of the pneumatic control and the minor stuff too. But the big ones are CAN.
So we kind of just want to go straight up about it. So intake magic happens here, and then
We also have to keep in mind the height restrictions the low bar produces.
Wait, that's like 4 feet.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the but the lower output is the bottom of the lower output is 3.5 and it's a 9-inch ball.
Oh, okay.
I think we were trying to forego that by like launching the ball, essentially.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not making a full-fledged shooter, but we're still like shooting the ball out of the robot.
Let's call it a pusher or something. It's
Mover.
yeah.
Yes,
It's
Oh,
just getting a little bit.
locator.
to increase the velocity of the ball,
Yeah.
otherwise known as an accelerator.
There you go.
A projectile launcher. Fancy technical terms.
A physical coordinate changer.
And a removal device.
All right.
Accelerating
So at least for
removal.
the back half of this, the way I'm envisioning it is all of this, like up till here, can be polycarb, and we can figure out like a servo or whatever to block the path of the ball before it hits the shooter. right?
Yeah.
And from like here to wherever the intake collector mechanism is, it's like this range here. We can have like a polycarb outer shell, but then we can have belts that push it up to feed it that way.
Okay.
If that makes
That does make
that way, when
sense.
the ball comes in, it'll get pulled up along the belts, and the belts will provide the friction to keep it in place. And then once it gets to the polycarb, that way it can like smoothly be pulled into the shooter.
Yeah. We're gonna have to deal with centering the ball a little bit.
Yeah.
Like for the shooter?
No, to get it into the thing to bring it up.
Yeah, I haven't done anything about the intake yet, so we need to now worry about intake and centering.
The first thought I have for centering is I'm gonna share my screen because I can't talk this through.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is just honestly, so if we're looking top view, right? Belt like that, and a belt like that. That are just always spinning. So when the ball comes in and it goes like, it hits our net up here.
Yeah.
And then it's just sucked into wherever we want it.
What about the dead spot in the center?
I mean, ideally, we wouldn't have a dead spot if we got our tube correctly.
Yeah.
Installed.
No, I'm saying if it lands right in the middle of the very beginning.
You're talking about if it lands right here.
Yeah.
Well, we would make it so that hopefully that doesn't exist.
The bottom belt, you could make it so it just rests right underneath that. Starting.
Do what?
So if we're making the device to get the ball up to our destination, would we have like two different belts up and down?
Yeah.
Top and bottom?
They would either be like running right here, or they could be running top and bottom.
I mean, either one works, but
yeah,
the dead zone is.
Actually, in theory, we could have these belts just be run continuously through the duration of the match and have them be powered by just two motors.
You're talking about making this whole thing one belt?
Well, one not one single belt, but like you can have exchange in the center there, but like they're essentially a part of one system. You know what I mean?
Sorta.
So like you have an axis where you currently have them drawn, and then you have one more at the back of the robot, and then you have a set of two belts that are powered by. Or you would have two sets of two belts that are powered by two motors.
Constant speed command.
Okay.
Probably, and just have it be like a trigger, and the trigger is down on the command, and the trigger
Unless,
up.
yeah.
I
Unless
think
we wanted
there's
to do like a trigger sensitivity thing.
I don't think that's necessary. I think we just want constant speed, but I know you can create a trigger and then just do like a while held or whatever. And just,
Well,
What are we thinking, guys?
What I did for the
Kevin, do you want to talk through Colin's question of what are we thinking, or you want me
Speed
to?
on initialization. I set the speed to 0 on end.
See, these guys
Yeah.
have
Like,
Go ahead with it.
like our PVC.
Plus,
Okay.
number one
Everything's gonna be
is
behind.
examples. But number two is if
So
someone
we're
sends
talking
a
about
for some
intake
reason,
and then how to get it up
I won't
there,
have a
the
safety
outtake.
filter set up.
For the outtake, we know we're calling it not a shooter, but a
I'll make it
accelerator.
Spitter.
Yeah. So it's not gonna fire it out, but it's gonna give it a little bit of oomph.
All right.
And then we've gone back to using the roller intake.
Okay. Over bumper roller.
Yeah.
All right.
And then now we're talking about a belt system with Lex hand guides to get up the up the robot.
And
to the,
we're back to funneling to the middle of the robot, is that right?
yes, because we put we put a climber here and a climber here.
Okay. I thought we were saying we could still go to one side with the climbers there.
What's the advantage to going to one side?
Easier to.
We can't get balls that come in at the same time and then jam going into that hole where it
Okay.
collapses.
And then the other thing was we're probably going to use a Lexan like hood.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Actually, with regards to the roller intake, my big concern at the moment is, given the size of this ball, how much will our intake like deflect off the ground? I want to make sure we minimize that.
Yeah, you might need to add something in there to offset it.
Also, that bar probably needs to be raised.
Yeah.
It might have to go out further too.
Well, I don't mind the bar like walking itself over the top of the balls.
We just don't want it to be like ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't want it to get kicked out of the way. I want it to like stay in place enough so that the ball gets into
I
the
mean, you
robot.
can always throw like some surgical tubing on it, hold it
You
down.
probably should do that so it also reduces stress on the robot when it falls.
Yeah. I think it might require, so on the robot, you know those little side struts at the front, like the pieces of 2x1 that the intake is mounted on?
Yeah.
You might need to replace those with taller 2x1.
Yep.
And just shift the like intake mount a little higher or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be fine with that.
Oh yeah, it shouldn't be. Yeah, it's honestly not a big deal. It's like a 15-minute job.
And I think bigger balls actually make it easier to get over the bumpers too. So.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about that.
I mean, yeah, a bunch of teams did over bumper rollers for 2019, and those balls were really big. I think,
They were
179.
Yeah, they were like 13,
Might have had.
14 inches.
Yeah.
What, deep space?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are big.
179 did somewhat of a, what, this picture literally just came up. A little bit of a similar thing, but they kind of locked it in right there.
Hold on,
But,
we aren't looking at your screen yet.
Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. That is a promise.
I'm gonna stop sharing mine.
Oh, you don't need to stop sharing in Discord. Discord lets you share like a bunch.
Yeah, but then my computer gets slow and doesn't do anything.
Okay, yeah, no worries then. Yeah, so this is Team 179's robot from 2019. So they had an overarching intake, and I mean, they collected it right here because then they just lifted it up. But there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to just keep the ball moving.
Yeah.
What does their bumper setup look like?
Huh?
When it was the bumpers on, because we don't.
I don't know if they have any video.
Their mechanism has a back piece too.
Yeah, their intake has a back piece.
The bumpers are irrelevant to that mechanism.
I might look into some more 2019 teams that.
All right, yeah. My real big concern is that we really, to have a shot at finishing everything, we really need to be mostly done with both climb and the pass-through system, the spitter or launcher or accelerator or whatever we want to call it tomorrow.
I know timeline's the biggest concern here.
I was gonna say,
Um,
you also gotta remember, there's not gonna be a whole lot of people here on Monday until Monday night.
Well, that's why I'm saying, Monday and Tuesday are really refining and testing and fixing everything that breaks
Yeah.
and not building.
Yeah, we essentially need to aim to get this done by tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we're planning on having like full parts list done within an hour.
Awesome.
So ideally tomorrow morning should be just all out constructing stuff. I probably won't have any CAD files for you guys to go off of. We're just gonna have to go off of whiteboard drawings,
That's fine.
unfortunately. But
Can we get design members fabricating? Would you guys be okay with that?
yeah, I'd be cool with that. Yeah, at this point, CAD will just be a tool that you use side by side to help figure out dimensions.
Yeah.
So feel free to grab design members to help you fabricate.
All right. Thanks, guys. Good work.
What are you guys working on in the build space right now?
We're trying to figure out materials list for field elements.
Okay.
What is the status on getting those built?
That'll happen tomorrow too.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be a massive build effort.
Yeah.
This is becoming robot in one day.
Yes.
Woo.
And field elements.
Yes.
Entire game in one day.
That being said, this game is pretty fun.
Oh yeah.
So what are the belts exactly going to be? Like what material? Like belts or?
Yeah, like straight up timing belts or whatever. Those work.
All right.
Actually, wait, would they work?
Why
I
wouldn't
don't know
they?
what the tennis ball, so the belts, the way you would have to have them is like the one with ridges, the side with the ridges
Yeah.
would have to be one in contact with the pulleys, and the other side normally is very smooth, so they might not grip the balls enough.
I don't know. They're made of like rubbery material. I think it'd be all right.
I don't know. That kind of belt is usually very.
Like half the brain is like, yeah, they'll be all right. It's rubber, so it'll work. The other half is like, nah, it'll be too smooth. Tennis balls will roll off it. So
Yeah, I've also seen they have like kind of like stickier belts, I guess, but we probably don't have those. So
Wait, I can't believe I just realized this, but I think I might have a tennis ball in my car.
We need a large one though, don't we?
I mean, for
Well, just to test.
testing like
I'm gonna go look. I'll be right back.
a ransack Wellrec at 8:20 at the night, like hit up Carmichael, be like, hey, can I check out 2 tennis balls?
ask if they have giant tennis balls. I mean,
To be fair, they honestly might.
Watch NC State have the exact 9.5 inch like giant tennis ball.
Just watch this.
Oh, they're big volleyball.
big tennis ball. New wolf alert.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they had a big tennis ball.
Dang, it sucks.
Unfortunately.
Hey, nice.
I have a tennis ball and it is very cold and doesn't bounce.
Oh, all right then. Yeah, at this point, I think it's essentially just figuring out belts versus those other thingies. Like, a lot of teams use them. I forget what they're called. I think even we use them.
Can you describe them?
Not surgical tubing, but there's another thing that's like almost
Latex tubing?
I say like,
Is it that black stuff?
I know there's
Oh,
like
I think
polycord maybe. I've used polycord before.
I'm trying to think. Maybe
Very like rubbery circular profile kind of belt.
no. It's like a flat tape. It's I think we use it. I feel like we might have. Nope, we did not.
Okay, so programming wise, we've got all the basic systems we set out to do besides outtake.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes down to what design decides on how those should be implemented.
Yeah.
I think the consensus on the outtake is it's going to be some sort of a small scale shooter. So
Oh, we're going with a shooter, all right.
probably like just
Like a flywheel.
I'm not sure what the plan is for that, but something to just kick the ball out with a little bit of velocity to get it over the edge. I don't know.
Oh, I guess while we're on the topic of stuff that can contact the tennis balls, for the flywheels to accelerate the ball, what do we have at the shop?
I don't know off the top of my head. I could page Colin if you wanted me to.
I know we have like
Yeah, because ideally we would want the green compliance.
I'm pretty sure we have those. I can go check.
Okay.
The other thing I just realized is, okay, that's great. We can pick up from the ground, but with what we're currently talking about, I don't think we're going to be able to pick up from that like human player thing.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because they can just put them through that and they'll end up on the ground.
Yeah, but they've got to
honestly,
bounce
you
and
might,
settle.
yeah, you might as well just let it bounce on the ground.
I mean, if we have it set up right, we might be able to just get it to land directly into our collection zone, though.
Here's my question. Our pulley system, is the top covered?
I mean, if you're lifting a ball, probably will be, just because otherwise it'll roll back down the ramp.
Yeah.
You gotta get it from both sides.
Oh, I get it. I was wondering if we were
Unless
going to
you've
do it
got,
from like the
like,
side.
On the intake, like if you've got the intake and you've got that kind of, like, if you have some sort of a hopper zone immediately after the intake where it goes over the bumper and into some sort of a container,
Yeah.
you could have a little wall that goes up. You could drive in and just roll the ball in and hit that wall and drop
And
down.
drop straight down.
Yeah.
So
That would work.
There is.
The,
No, wait, never mind.
the thing is, we were talking about having a hood over that area so that when we
Yeah.
like
I mean,
bring
you
the ball
could have,
around-
you could incorporate that into the hood. Like instead of a full hood, it could be like a half hood, like a backboard sort of deal.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's something
the
that
other
we could
thing-
probably, that could be something we could implement when
Also,
we figure that out.
Wait, but if we made that, where the outtake, if we made it at the exact right height,
You could pull a ball in through that.
you could pull a ball in
The
for
problem
the outtake.
is that the human player station is higher than the goal itself. So if we were shooting things up, we'd be way lower. So
Gotcha.
unless we could have it dropped in from the top and then get pulled down or something.
Yeah, it's complicated then.
Yeah.
one concept. If
But
we've got
also
some
another thing, I personally don't view that kind of feeding being a very popular option during the gameplay itself.
Like looking at like infinite recharge, I feel like a lot of that was about floor pickup and less about, because the problem is the balls will end up on the floor anyway. Like once people start cycling them through the center,
Yeah.
there's only so many balls in play. I think there's only like 20 some. So like
Yeah,
once they all
if
end up in the
anything,
center,
most
they're
that
gonna
go
get
to that station, the human player is likely just gonna end up shooting him. It's not worth the time feeding it to a robot.
Okay. How long is that shot? Like
You can
30
only shoot
feet?
it during the first 15 seconds though. They're not able to do that later.
Oh, okay.
So but the thing is they're gonna run out eventually, because once all of them are on the field, they're not really gonna get them back unless someone gives it back to them.
Yeah.
So I'm not 100% clear on like how the robot space looks.
Uh-huh.
But I'm just thinking, if we have some like open space, we could potentially catch something.
Okay.
If you literally just do a ramp, we pad it with something to just deaden the impact.
Mhm.
So we can like kind of catch a ball that let it roll down to the intake and pull it in from there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
See,
the reality.
The thing is
but-
with the player station, is that once all the balls are in play and like they've
Oh, I did.
put all of them onto the
I
field,
did my team
the
video.
only way they're going to get them back is if a robot pushes one into there. But if you're the robot that's pushing it, the robot may as well just pick it up and not have to go back through the station and let them reload it.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Right.
Yeah,
I'd
like
say
in
just let them flood the
reality,
field.
the way the game's gonna evolve, I view the human player stations becoming relatively useless after like the first 30 seconds of the game.
Like the only use I really see for it is like if a robot doesn't have a ground intake, they'd be able to bulldoze balls into it and then get them loaded up high.
How many?
Don't
The
get them-
one, yeah, I was
How,
gonna.
how many field elements starts in the human player zones, or they can access?
Honestly, there's like not all that many. I don't think. I think they're mostly concentrated in the center of the field.
I was going to say the one only situation I really see it being viable is if you have two robots cooperating, and one of them's just kind of taking shots from there, and the other one's feeding. But then again, why not just feed robot to robot?
Yeah, I only think there's. Yeah, they only start with one back there, and it's like you do the shot or feed it into the robot.
Yeah.
You might as well test your basketball skills.
And you can't. Oh, there is. I mean, you need to understand what the rules are if it gets out of the field from there. Because if you just don't get it back, if you miss with the shot, there is more risk with doing a basketball shot.
Yeah. There's one there, and then there's one on the ground in front of it.
Yeah, but it's just human player is very not that beneficial in this competition, except for if you're allowed to use distant communication and the one on the other side can communicate. But outside of that, there's very little benefits I see.
This doesn't really pertain to us very much, but this is one thing I kind of missed today. I assume you can only pick up the color of the ball of your team.
You
No,
can pick up
no.
opponent balls, but you can only have.
If you score with the wrong color, they get the point.
Or I think it doesn't count.
It
I don't-
No, it counts for them. They said it counts for them.
Because it's detecting what color goes by in the sense that it doesn't care about who goes
But yeah, but it is a valid strategy to pick up opponents' balls and shoot them out of the way.
There is 11 total balls, so you can't just pick up. So Alliance can't just pick up every single ball and just make the other team not able to score.
You can hold up to 6 if you have all 3 robots holding.
Yeah, but
then you're not scoring.
that leaves 5. If there's only 6 in total, it would be more interesting. Because then you could pick up your Alliance could just win autonomous, pick up the whole ball sets.
Yeah. All the same.
That would be really fun. But
All the same, if you do like decide to fight the other team for the ball, you probably could run good disruption. If you have a, agile robot.
I kind of wish you could shut them down like that, or at least get them down to like 1 ball or something. Because I want honestly the return of like the
No,
or a
you-
foot race.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't
gotta
think
be
you
fast.
do because I remember when Velocity Vortex or FTC, there's 3 balls every team always got. Then you could get 2 more from doing stuff in autonomous. It just rolled down with like defense. It just meant like one Alliance could do nothing if they had a bad autonomous. It's not really fun because it just leaves to one Alliance not being able to do anything.
Oh, actually, there is a rule that does kind of, I guess,
So
restrict the amount of interference you can run.
you can only hold, or you can only control 3 of the other color.
Well,
the only thing
Like you can't bulldoze all of them across the field.
yeah, well, controlling aside, you can also get hit with the tech foul if the referee decides that you are shutting down access to all opponents' cargo.
Yeah.
Or fully blocking all access to either terminal.
Alright.
That makes defense a little harder, doesn't it?
Well, the thing is, no one's gonna really use terminals other than the one that's directly there or getting ones that roll by.
Yeah, I feel like the field balls are much more lucrative.
Even in low level teams, you're gonna have to, if you have to bulldoze over there, you're already, by that point, you're probably gonna have a way to manipulate the balls.
Mm-hmm.
So without that, it basically means the human players have 15 seconds to shine and then nothing else.
Yeah.
Alright, we need to get back to
Okay.
getting materials and figuring out what we're actually doing though. Because unfortunately we don't get to play the game.
With that attitude.
I think we should try to finalize this robot in the next 15 minutes. I think it's doable. Got a rough idea of it.
Yeah.
And then we can honestly come up with a list by 9 and call it a night.
Okay.
Anna, for Sam, I have a quick question about video editing.
Okay, goodbye.
Okay, now let's get back to assignment our task.
Trevor is on programming.
So how are we gonna get the balls from the intake to the disposal system?
Disposal system?
Well, we're using every word but shooter. It's,
Have you done surgical tubing? Or is that not strong enough?
I'm asking.
You want to
We're
copy
probably
the
gonna use
2021
surgical
movement?
tubing or belts if we have them.
You want to copy
Do
the
you want to
2021
take a
movement?
screenshot of the side profile of the robot and draw on it?
Basic one.
Oh, okay, well, we can just use that.
I can do that.
I'll probably.
The 2021 is just a bunch of
Yeah,
links that are
I'll
still
throw some
valid.
links in there at some point. I want to try and document and say, okay, here's all the parts of our robot and what they do and what the screw is.
Yeah, well, the code, I should probably be working on documentation too. Anything you want me to do?
Yeah. Maybe also just go through like style.
Let's
Oh, I
walk.
think we probably need to fix
Okay,
style,
let's
because-
walk
I
through.
want to set everything to 4 space.
Yeah, well, first of all, how do you get VS Code to automatically do 4 space?
So, I think by default it won't.
It does 2 by
You
default.
can click.
There should be something in
Yeah, every time I
the
make a new file, it does 2 spaces.
That might be in your settings. I think if you click on it though, you can change it.
Yeah,
to
well, I
normal.
don't, well, I can do it individually, but the thing is, I
Let's
changed
walk
it
through
on
how
the
we're
file and
gonna
go back to 2.
do the
I
supply.
have no idea where like the global.
Check your like.
VS code, change default space.
Right now.
Okay. File preferences,
Right, here's a side profile.
settings, what's that? Indentation. Editor tabs.
Okay.
Or,
Okay, we're on the side view.
well,
Might be per language.
Don't
Might
stop.
override it. I don't know. I would say just.
for now, I'll just set her.
Might just be what you got to do.
No ice cream photos.
Okay, I have a live stream with a side profile set up.
Alright, sweet.
Okay.
Do you guys see the Twitch chat message? Twitch chat message?
What is?
They just asked if there's any off-the-shelf items we might need if you want to answer to the camera.
Okay. I was trying to say what's our exact plan before communicating. Because we're trying to decide what our exact plan of getting stuff through, and then from that we can get what we need to purchase. I don't think we know exactly currently.
What off-the-shelf stuff you need?
Yeah, because we're trying to fully decide our process of getting from the intake to the outtake.
Okay, well, I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know who that is talking to Twitch, but.
Okay, so how do you think we're gonna get from the intake to the output? Like, I understand the output's probably just gonna be 2 motors with compliant wheels that are horizontally mounted or perpendicular to the actual flow. And then with that, we're gonna put those there. We're probably gonna do surgical tubing structure to near there from the input, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to double check. Is that right?
I think so.
Did we decide on top or bottom for the belts? Or top, bottom, or left, right for the belts?
I think we should do top bottom because then that leaves more open for possible other people to modify it to maybe high shoot with stronger motor setup.
Yeah, that would make sense. I think, yeah, top bottom might be easier to manage.
Yeah, if we top bottom with the
And the
belt.
side themselves, it might be easier to knock them out with a side.
Oh, side belt?
What about side belts?
Oh, so we're doing top bottom belts, okay.
Yeah, I think we should do top bottom.
Yeah, I agree. It makes it easier because if you do sides, you have to develop a supporting structure underneath on top of, which is hard to make it smooth enough. And it makes shooting a little, disposal of the balls a little harder.
The other thing with top bottoms, you have to make sure belts are tensioned right, because if they're too loose, they're kind of gonna.
You're not gonna have enough like traction to get the balls. Yeah, that was an issue we had to deal with.
Yeah, we had an issue. We dealt with that in 2020.
Belt tensioning was.
We just use surgical tubing, so it's elastic.
Surgical tubing, yeah.
It's annoying with tying the knot.
Yeah.
But otherwise it works well.
That may be something to consider for this, because I feel like a smooth belt is gonna, like for the tennis.
What else would
per
you
se, might not work.
What else would we use besides surgical tubing? Do we have like, anything
Actual,
else?
I don't know if we have actual belts.
Would those actual belt like how would I think they would be too smooth
Yeah.
to actually grip the tennis ball.
You'd probably put a coating on the outside of the belt.
Yeah.
I don't know what, not sandpaper.
Sandpaper.
Alright, y'all, what I missed?
We're
Just a
we're thinking about we do top bottom belt or movement mechanism.
Okay.
And then our disposal mechanism for the ball is going to be like two wheels that are on each side connected to motor, either chained together or independent. This leaves it more open for teams if they want to possibly develop a high shooter, because it's easier to modify two side by side to shoot high than other. And it's also easier to manage the top bottom belt system instead of a left right.
Okay. Cool. I was gonna say I like Trevor's idea of having like a little backboard if you wanted to roll something in, but
Oh, where was that? Is that on?
Can I see your mouse?
Go for it.
Like right here.
Oh,
So you
I
could
see what
roll
you're
something
saying.
in it
Yeah.
and it just like bounce into it.
Would that interfere with starting position, having the thing lifted up?
Well, if we-
Not on the frame thing?
I don't know honestly.
Well, if we have the belt run further, the bottom belt run further, and then we add a back wall, so you have a little like funnel, so the balls could fall in.
I'm going.
Would it be able to grip the ball?
Well, you make it a funnel so that it would land, it could bounce and land in the center, possibly, or make it fully covered so that balls can't get in it extraneously.
Did you draw that with your mouse?
Yeah, this is horrible. I have a drawing tablet. So with the bottom belt, say I was drawing like the top.
Can I help out with that or?
Yeah, also the one with the field element, with the construction of the field element, it's an awkwardly sized pipe that they use for the hanging bar because it's not a 1 inch, it's 1 1/4, so it's hard to replicate for physical reconstruction for low cost material.
So say this was the top view of our following.
Oh, I was thinking the center goes even further.
The center goes further.
But the top only goes that far.
Oh, okay.
If you look at our 2020 robot, I think that's how
That's
we.
a similar thing. I'll check it out. I see. So we're essentially relying on the left and right belts to help it reach the top one.
We'd also probably we could do this, is that instead of making a level back plate, we make it dip in the center, so the balls will roll towards the center, which has the tubing, and you have the sidewall. So if they because otherwise, if you have two, one might get on top of the other. So, but if you have an angle, it would run to pull the one that's underneath.
So you're proposing it just goes down to reach the eventual lower part, which might pick up.
Or having as two separate sections, because one with the arm and one's not.
What are we gonna do with the two balls? What are we gonna do if they land like this though?
You could have a programming where it reverses one of those belts.
How would that happen though? Let's think about that.
Like imagine if you
We drive up the two right next to each other and they both go in.
Oh, okay.
We could just have one of those belts have a feature that we reverse one of them and the other stays the same direction. That would push it backwards, probably.
Wait, let me look and see how long the intake is. See if
How-
it can fit.
I don't think two can even fit because it's 9-inch balls. The distance between the edge of the two the chains for the drive is only 16 inches. I think our robot's like 20 inches wide. It barely can fit two balls.
I didn't even know that tool existed.
What tool? The measure tool?
The measure tool, yeah. I've been
Okay,
trying
it's
to.
24 inches.
24? Okay. It could plausibly go.
And what, the balls are 9.5?
Yeah.
So that's.
Wait, what's it
19.
after our bumpers?
There's 5 extra inches to spare.
Okay, I mean after our
Reasonable.
bumpers.
I don't think you would possibly drive over to it.
What's the length of the actual
They'd
circle?
have to be really
Wait,
close.
what's the length of the circle intake bar?
24.
Okay, yeah.
It could happen.
It
It
could.
won't happen because we don't have two of them.
That could just be a control. That could just be a control thing where we just have one go reverse. We have a button like I don't know, like X, and it one goes reverse, the other stays going forward. It rejects one of them or brings it back into the cover while the other one goes forward.
Yeah, it honestly shouldn't be too big an issue. And the probability of it happening is relatively low, partially because there's just so few balls on the field. And based on my intuition of like playing with tennis balls, they shouldn't get stuck that way too often. Like they tend to just squeeze each other out of the way, like force another one out of the way. So we should hopefully be fine.
One thing we want to consider is how well we can pick up if a ball is resting against a wall.
I think we talked about that before.
Oh, if you did, I think I was in the other room.
No, like last year.
Oh.
With the dodgeballs.
Did you guys test it?
I know in 2020 we had an issue.
Remember.
I know in 2020 we had an issue with corners.
Yeah.
I mean, if you can't remember, it must not have been a problem.
Yeah.
Well, also it was a whirlwind.
That's also true.
Hey, Kevin.
Yes.
Do you remember it being a problem to pick up if the ball's pushed against the wall?
For our last year's robot,
Yeah.
I never actually got to see that thing drive.
Oh.
Do you want Paige calling?
I don't think it's gonna be that big of a deal. I mean, why would it be a big
With
deal if
these
that's
balls,
pushed?
it definitely should not be an issue. These balls are way too big to worry about.
Good point. There are basketball size.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
So we need to get materials now, right? Because we pretty much have everything.
Can you put down the list that we don't have from the
I'll write it down.
from the every bot that we need to procure?
Yeah, we needed what? We needed more 2x1.
I don't think we need the 2x1. No,
I didn't see any.
I didn't want a ton of 2x1.
we have like 3 things of 2. We have at
Oh,
least
seriously?
we have like an 8-foot 2x1 thing, I think, right?
We have one really long one.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's probably fine then.
We need the PVC.
What were the links for that?
Half-inch PVC. I don't. Hey,
Probably 5 foot.
Ben, you had that written down earlier on a OneNote.
Did we need like a 3/4?
Yeah, it was an incomplete list. I hadn't gotten past the PVC.
Yeah, but what was the PVC?
So I'll try to pull open their list again.
Let's type this list up.
Yeah, that's a better idea. I'll make a Google Doc. Well, I don't know where.
Can you just type it in a Discord message?
That sounds like a fantastic.
Yeah.
I'll put
Put it in meeting room too.
Or you can do it in Slack on the design channel.
That's also a good idea.
You're talking about the Google Doc?
We're struggling to make a decision, but we're fine.
We'll put it in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Slack or somewhere. Parts for lift.
You have to do shift enter.
Let's make this a thing.
I know.
The up arrow.
I was trying to send a message to someone, and I accidentally did that when I was trying to.
Oh wait, never
write
mind.
a paragraph.
If you do that right after you send it, you can edit it.
Oh, I gotcha. Alright, parts list. You said shift enter?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to do that
And
for
then
every.
click if you want a bullet list. Should we share your screen so Kevin can see?
That sounds okay.
Well,
I think. Oh no, I don't have the specific one.
Oh.
So.
Kevin, what did you just reply with?
Okay, we're fine.
Oh, I guess we could do it that way.
Yeah, you get to just share a tab.
Okay.
Click his reply real quick. If you want to just send individual messages.
That works. Okay, didn't the design have 2 different PVC?
I'm gonna say
signs?
just try to get one message, because then if you're trying to read this on mobile,
They show up all.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah, if we're just like brainstorming stuff right now, I'll just create a Google Doc.
Okay.
Please. This is painful. I don't want to ship dinner every time. It hurts.
I don't
Yeah, I
think,
can do it quick.
I think if you get bullet points, you don't have to ship in there, but we don't need to worry about.
I'm too much of a good thing.
I'll do it for sheets.
Oh, that's what.
Well, is it still cold?
No, I just forgot how they felt like.
That one also, it's been in the car in like below 20 weather and also above 100 weather, so it doesn't bounce anymore.
Best of both worlds.
I wonder which was more damaging for its performance.
Totally.
It's probably I wonder which is worse for the
They
pressure.
play tennis in like 100-degree weather.
That's true.
It's not like that. They don't
Okay, the
play at,
white
like,
part feels a
20.
little cold, but the rest of it doesn't.
But you
Oh,
can
there's-
also circular saws in there. I mean,
Yeah.
this is aluminum, so just be careful.
Also, if we need to get any access to any of the equipment in EV2's shop, that's a bit of a hike, but
Well, no, that's the problem we ran into is they don't want you in.
Well, we can
You
go
can
cut
bring
over there,
stuff,
but we can't take
yeah.
the tool over here.
yeah,
Pain in the butt.
yeah.
So have you guys like reconfigured the shooter already for the tennis balls or
No.
anything like that? Because you got that would be pretty easy. Just reconfigure this thing to shoot tennis balls.
Well, you
Boom,
say
high goal,
easy, but
problem
that's a
solved.
pretty major dimensional
This thing was
adjustment.
not very good.
Well, how large a diameter are the tennis balls?
Like
9.5,
Oh, that is a pretty.
and they don't
yeah.
squish.
Yeah, well, they'll squish, but not much.
I think the shaft would bend before they squish a bunch.
Do you guys have a tennis ball located from some other team, or did you
We're working on it.
Okay.
purchase one?
I'll see if I can do anything.
You know, you really should have kept participating, dude. It's so much more chill now.
Chill. Why? What do you mean it's so much more chill now?
It's not a panic.
But the thing is, look how much we like. You have to admit though, 80% of what's here we did the first year, or like 70%, because we built this whole thing the first year. The pneumatics, like all of this stuff was first year. Like
No, the shooter wasn't.
the shooter wasn't. I'm saying like everything but the shooter pretty much was first
No,
year.
there was a fair amount.
To this.
There was a fair amount we did last year. We didn't touch the chassis, but
But that's what I'm saying though, is like I feel like the first year we just did way too much work. Like you
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like we just tried to do way too much is the problem.
yeah. So now it's more chill, and you should come back.
But the thing is I can't accept doing chill. I have to
Do you have any
finish
timing belts or any kind of belts we could
We'll
use?
go this way, alright. If we fail, it's only us
Yeah,
and
you wanna
like our
send someone in
5
here to
Twitch
take a look
viewers
at
who
'em?
know.
Yeah, we'll do.
Who is that?
That was designed from the other room.
Oh, what did they say?
They want to see our belts.
Your belts? I'm not wearing a belt.
With jeans, you're not wearing a belt?
No.
It's outrageous.
We got chain as well. Plenty of chain.
All right,
fair bit
let
of
them
belt.
look.
Here you go.
Here's your box.
I do look familiar.
Tell him that he should participate.
Hey, one last question. Do you have the green compliant wheels or some sort of compliant
That's funny. It's basically it appears that our apartment had like a third of the people.
2
that are
orange
here.
from previous years, and 2 blue that come this year of the 4-inch size compliant wheels.
We also did this first. Right? Yeah.
Well, they didn't rebuild it last year. The drivetrain is going to be the same drivetrain.
What did y'all use?
That's what I'm saying. Like we did so much the first year. That's why it's more chill. Is because you guys aren't killing yourselves trying to We can afford it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, the drivetrain's plenty good.
Yeah, I don't know how well this will stick to these balls.
They're not wide enough.
Probably better than the
Well,
timing
it's because
belts.
we're using the wrong pneumatic cylinders. We just need to get by the right pneumatic
So
cylinders.
those is gonna.
60
wonder
bucks.
if this is good.
Yeah.
You would put a lot of.
Or a chemical treatment
I didn't pop in there.
to screw with the surface. Hey, where are you going? Get back here. Get to work.
Oh yeah, we don't have big belts. Do we have any big belts? No, we just have small belts. We could chain the. I'll just bring one belt to show the size.
I'd say surgical too. Probably
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we've had a couple.
I saw one.
Oh, do you? Hold on. No, I want to hear more about this. What? Oi!
Because everything's in a folder.
Yeah.
So what are you guys using for CAD software? SolidWorks, it looks like.
MS Paint. That's actually been the most.
No, what is the Microsoft 3D thing that's like native 3D paint or no? 3D.
What have you been using?
Well, they have 3D
Your drawing
viewer.
software.
Well, there's one that you can actually make
What?
shapes
One note.
but
Yeah, wait,
I'll
wait,
just
wait.
stand
We're OneNote.
Oh,
We're
OneNote.
Using, we're using OneNote.
Oh,
It's
y'all-
kind of like
okay.
programming in PowerPoint,
Oh,
everyone's favorite.
Hey Joe.
So I have
Take event,
like
check your
rubber
DMs on Slack.
basketballs that we were able to inflate
Yeah.
up to like almost 9.5 inches. Would that be something you want to bring in?
That's probably gonna work well.
What pressure does that take? Because if it's wildly off from the game pieces, they might not compress similarly.
They're not gonna. The PSI for those game elements is pretty low. It's
Yeah,
like 3.5.
Are they squishy?
I've seen those types of tennis balls before. I'm pretty sure if you like went to like the kids section at a Walmart or like a sporting goods store or something, like they'd actually have the actual game element.
Yeah, that or like a dog.
Because that's the thing is FRC, like they try to stay away from making like completely custom game elements like they have before, but like if they have to make 10 million tennis balls, they're gonna make one that's just off the shelf already.
Yeah, the only custom elements they do are like
the gears.
They're simple products.
Yeah.
The PSI is
What would you
3.5.
want to bring those in?
I guess, yeah, it
like a
doesn't hurt.
rubbery ball.
It doesn't hurt to have, yeah.
You get it for the size of it at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
It'll be
All right.
approximate enough.
They'll bring that with the plywood.
I mean, it's not like we're doing a long distance
Is it
shot,
9:30, right?
so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's so
And
Yeah,
being
yeah,
fuzzy or not, it's not
Just
really
wanted
going
to
to
check
impact the
in person.
gameplay.
So are you guys like, what's participate? Like, is this as many people do you expect, or do you expect more, or do you expect less? Do you guys have like shifts going? Or
I think
is
we're
it
gonna
just
gain a
free
couple
for all?
more people tomorrow.
Oh, no.
It
After
hasn't.
people start to move in. but-
Yeah, it's
Oh, I
not,
didn't even think of that.
it's not like 2020 where we had like 45 people.
How'd you get 45 people?
Because it's the first year and there wasn't COVID.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't know what
I don't know.
what publicizing we did for that, but
Oh, we actually. I'm not sure if Colin, you were at some of those meetings. I don't know if you were all of them, but like we pushed pretty hard. Like lots of emails.
It was
big
also
sessions.
pre-COVID, so people had more connection with FRC.
yeah.
That's true.
Like with COVID, think about these past 2 years.
Yeah, you
no
had
one
like 2 years of students have graduated that
And-
don't even like.
didn't have senior year, so they've already separated themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I
We've
know.
got a couple of virtual people right now, though.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Working on CAD or on programming or what?
CAD and documentation.
Nice.
Yeah, actually, Alex Chowski is virtual now too.
Oh, cool.
Where
Is that because he's sick?
Yeah.
In that case, it's not.
We
cool.
required negative COVID tests.
Oh, I see.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, did he test positive recently?
Yeah. He sent us a message last night, I think.
Yeah, so.
It's like move-in test or whatever came
Oh.
back positive. I'm assuming.
Yep.
Well,
Curiosity.
We were requiring proof of negative test to participate.
Yeah, I know, but like move-in requires 1 and 2.
Yeah, with
Well, I think
university.
he's on campus.
It's
tomorrow,
only
so.
if you live on campus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Or
like
you're unvaccinated. I think.
it's not like the beginning of the fall semester where I think it was every student. Was it?
Yeah.
It was every student, yeah. Did you guys put an image in Google Docs, or are you using Google Docs to draw diagrams?
No, that's just something we found. That's every
Yeah,
bot.
I've
okay.
seen that exact thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
many
cut.
times.
We're like the 3 people viewing that document currently.
Okay. Well, I was just sitting there. I'm like, wow, you guys whipped that up fast.
No, that was whipped up like 2 years ago. Like literally.
Not by this group.
Yeah.
Like, look at the time.
The 2020 Robonauts everybody.
Dang, 2020 was 2 years ago. I'm old.
Yeah, I kind of realized on New Year's Day, I was like, 2021, like to me, it's almost like it just didn't happen. Like
I realized,
don't know.
I realized a couple of days ago that I've now participated in 8 FRC games.
That's a lot.
I'm just
More than
gonna
a quarter of them.
I'm gonna send a message to someone the day of the 2-year anniversary of the university camp being closed for COVID. The same message that we got closed for COVID.
So what does the CAD look like? I'd like to see it.
Can you open it up in
It looks
OneNote?
like the robot from last year.
Yeah. Oh well, that's still
No, it looks
progress.
like the 2020 robot.
Because the first year we didn't do CAD, we were just building as fast as we possibly could.
Oh, okay.
No
It looks
CAD.
like what's in the other room.
It's been new and improved.
Very nice.
Yeah, we just
We're visionaries.
removed some of last year's CAD and then
We added.
Well, you're going to add stuff back.
So you're planning to use the same intake and just like move it up or whatever?
Up and out, yeah.
make it longer.
Basically, our strategy is to take 2 game pieces out of play and then just run around.
This is classic Apple.
Our
Do
sol-
things and call it innovation.
Our solution is we don't change the robot. Because we have not competed with it, so it hasn't violated the first rule of you competing with it.
There's a
Not allowed
lot
to
of
reuse it.
I
weird
thought the
like
rule was-
loopholes they have where you can reuse stuff.
I thought the rule was before, like it was built before the season.
Oh,
Yeah.
Now the
wait, wasn't it if it's
Oh.
built before the season and you haven't provided proper documentation or live streaming? Isn't that proper documentation?
Yeah. I will remind anyone watching FRC, if you reuse designs, you have to share your designs just like you share your code. That's the FRC rules.
Oh wow, we have 16 people watching. Oh my.
Yeah, share your
So are
designs,
they?
people.
Let's see. So can we see?
One of the me.
How many of them are us?
Yes.
I'm wondering how many of these people are from the Wired Wizards.
I think that guy's from Wired Wizards.
I can't. I have all my glasses on, so I'm
It's
about
Cobalt.
Let's do a
That's
list.
me.
that's
Oh, that's you?
not.
I'm a mod.
Oh man, you're
Then
a
there-
Twitch moderator.
Then there's, I've recognized Mr. Salad.
So are you gonna make the intake pneumatically actuated, or just have it drop down?
I think we're
via
gonna
gravity?
drop down, or we're gonna have like a pulley with.
I don't know, man.
With,
Is our Java code really
bro.
complete if we don't author tag everything?
Thing is, the 2020 we were gonna make it pneumatically actuated, but we didn't have enough time to like
Or the
calculate. No, we had
Yeah, that's
pneumatics.
what
We
the
have a whole
last
pneumatic
did.
system.
We have, like,
that
one
runs.
cylinder, that's
like
big.
gave myself credit for it.
I have a bunch of cylinders in my apartment.
Okay, Salad
so-
Boy says that they're from FX.
Oh wait, oh it's David from FNX. I'm pretty sure.
How many of the people in chat are active students versus alumni?
NC represents. I don't know where it was infused.
Yeah, that's thinking Carrie, I want to say.
I just don't know any Central to State teams
Central State.
or Eastern North Carolina.
Okay, yeah.
I know like the 3 teams in the Western half.
So did you guys buy the right pneumatic cylinders to make the shifters work or not?
No.
We gave up on shifters.
Well, the shifters, there's literally nothing wrong with them. We just have pneumatic cylinders. They're too long. We didn't get the pancake cylinders
Yeah, you need pancake.
because we were reusing the cylinders that are on there were ones that I just had laying around in my shop that we just repurposed. Because that year we were very strapped for cash because the students basically like paid for just about everything.
Yeah. Saying pancakes would probably be better for that,
But yeah,
It's a low priority.
it's
for-
the there's the let me give you guys the model number, or the model number is WCP.
Like 2 Neos is, I think, probably fine to go with.
This the whole drivetrain reminds me of the funniest thing my team did on my senior year.
What they do?
We had 6-wheel drive. We had four mechanism, and raised cinder wheels.
I mean, that can work for obstacles.
Yeah, it was funny because it was just raised center mechanism.
Wait, was that 2016?
No, that's 2019. It was
That really doesn't make sense.
Oh, what's the size? Because I think it's David from FX.
It's
09.
here. It's these. It's 3/4 inch bore, 1/2 inch travel.
Okay, can you tell that Joe?
2172778. WCP part number.
Just tell him to type it out.
What? What do you want?
They're wondering what the piston, the
Pneumatic
they say
cylinder.
they have whatever. Where's the message? This Salad Boy says I think we have 2 small ones for a West Coast drive, but
That's what we need.
Yeah, I don't think we're really gonna deal with that though, just because that's like,
It's 2 bolts and a pin, my guy. It'll take 10 minutes.
If we have the pistons exact on us, we could do it.
Because these pistons, the ones that Salad Boy, is that his name?
I think it's some from FX.
But yeah, that's the, yeah, it's like 2 bolts and a pin, and it's very easy to do that. And then you'd have shifting without half in and half out of gear like you do now. But yeah, the drivetrain is definitely way overkill because I think someone said that in chat.
Yeah.
But our goal was to just have the most overkill drivetrain possible so we could reuse it for like years and years and years.
The drivetrain was developed pre-2020, and we're like, what if they do something like, I don't know,
2016.
Like
yeah.
Let's do Stronghold 2.0. And it's like we can't afford both in the mental capacity and in the time to fully develop a drivetrain that's strong enough to do something like Stronghold.
Yeah.
So it's just develop a universal overkill drivetrain.
Exactly.
Here's something that probably makes cargo a bit more interesting for trying to do the high shots.
Can we get back
Apparently
to
they
the
don't really have tight
shop?
tolerance on manufacture.
Ooh.
But you guys are doing
It says right here in the
I'll stop
manual,
interrupting you.
the oversized
you can
tennis
have
balls
the-
used as cargo are not
you just
manufactured
need
with any
to
tight
get
tolerance.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Wall thickness, surface piling, and shedding may vary. So good luck everyone trying to shoot to the second level.
What is it?
They're saying that they're not doing tight tolerances for the cargo.
Yeah, because you can't reinflate.
No, like the
Yeah.
manufacturing tolerances are.
Yeah, well, I'm also saying you can't reinflate tennis balls, so the pressure
Yeah.
varies.
Right, yeah.
Like you're just gonna have to have your if you're gonna shoot, you're gonna put your flywheels on springs that allow them to oscillate.
That's just going to make shot consistency a little interesting.
Well, have you seen how big that goal is? It's like 7 foot diameter, right? What's the diameter?
It's 4'5" and 3/4.
It's still massive.
You really just gotta yeet them up and hope they go in.
Hope for the best.
Wait, hold up.
Yeah, they're mass produced. I think they're mainly meant for dogs and small kids.
Which channel is that? Oh.
Okay, that would be
That's my
helpful if you could get us one. Just check with the
Run through the climber.
people with the
materials and
leader.
share with everybody.
Let me just.
I can do that.
Yeah, mainly I wanted to compare like the stuff that we already have.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so is this all the stuff on the spreadsheet that we have in mind right now? Is there any last minute stuff?
How much length of timing
Is
belt do
there
you
anything
need?
else you need to do?
right now.
I think we're probably good for tonight.
Oh,
I figured.
He unplugged the HDMI.
yeah.
How much?
Okay.
How many
No
feet of
worries.
timing belt
Yeah,
do we
it's,
need?
it's the one on that dock. It's like if you, they have a parts list on that dock, for the everybody
Yeah.
Still have that
design.
open?
So we just need to like replace the stuff that they have with the stuff that we're using and figure out what we're missing on that. So I believe we were using Neos instead of the mini sim, and we have gear like the gearboxes and stuff. So I think the only thing we need to buy, we have paracord, so actually we don't even need to buy that. So yeah, I think the only thing for that was PVC and tubing, but just double check just to be sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Do a run through.
I think the only paracord we have is like just the random stuff in my car and the random stuff in Colin's car.
Yeah,
So, okay.
I mean, yeah, if you'd like to play it safe, then sure.
I'm just gonna write it down in case.
Yeah, I guess if we've got the money for it, never
And
hurts
the
to buy
paracord,
any.
like, if you need something stronger, you might be able to like just double it up or something, maybe.
We have a whole lot of green paracord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think it's in the box underneath the robot on that cart. If you want to go get it.
Okay. Yeah, surgical tubing. I want to see if they sell that at. So I can't find any belts at Home Depot. At least none that suit our needs.
Okay. They do sell surgical tubing at Home Depot. I looked earlier.
Okay, yeah, so the belts thing is the biggest issue for us. Because at Home Depot, they sell the ones that they use in like Toyota Camrys. Those are the same size that we need, as far as I know.
Yeah. You think they'd have that at like Advanced? Like Advanced Auto?
Let me check. I wonder if they rate them at the same specs. Because the main thing is we need to match it up with the gears that we have.
Yeah.
So,
Um.
wait, let me check the picture you sent again. I think, what was this? 100 tooth. Okay. So we have 100 tooth. More.
Yes, they do have timing belts at Advance, but the prices are like to help put it on your car. Like they'll put it on your car for you.
Yeah, I don't think we want car belts.
What if you tell them I just want the part? Belts.
Ship to home.
They don't have the number of teeth on these belts.
You seen the same stuff I'm seeing on Good Faith.
Yeah.
Did you check AutoZone?
Not, but for some reason mine are coming up and being like $40, and yours are coming up at like 12.
Like 12.
Hummus.
Oh wait, what was the tooth? Tooth.
Almost 10 months.
If you could, actually, I think you need to look for HTD. HTD is the letter you need because that describes the tooth profile. So that's all that matters.
Ace 2D?
HTD.
HTD.
Hotel Tango Delta.
Gotcha. HTD. Yeah.
I don't know if you can buy those in walk-in store. It's like I searched HTD belts and like most of the results are like FRC, like Vex and Andy Mark, Amazon, eBay.
Okay.
I think they're obscure enough of like a mechanical part where like it's the kind like the McMaster car kind of part where you're not gonna find it in like a hardware store. You gotta order it special.
I
Looking at the McMaster car inventory is kind of fun though.
Oh yeah, they got good stuff on there.
They sell really cheap key switches, so you know if you ever want to create yourself
do?
like the worst keyboard.
Wait. I need to verify this. Electrical?
Yeah, but aside from that, I think for the intake, we have everything covered except for polycarb. And then yeah, I just can't figure out what we're going to do for the belts. And
Wait, I just realized we use that like skateboard grip tape. Is that gonna tear up the tennis
There you
ball?
go.
we'll probably release the buzz from it, but it will get the job done.
Okay, I didn't know if it was like
I did not like
stick
the
to it.
standard pinout this. You'd have to.
Yeah, but you know they're usable. They seem to think they're keyboard switches.
I mean, we could probably just.
You can buy them for
and
like
then just
$30 a
to
piece.
Big
teams,
MasterCard
like,
keyboard.
Hey, we're using
You
this,
don't
we
want
have
to
nothing else,
buy the whole
please make sure you get
Yeah.
Well, they have
True.
a lot. They have Ergo.
Yeah, McMaster car sells everything. Don't underestimate them. I mean, I'm sure they suck
Okay.
to type on, but
Oh yeah, it just looks like your generic like Dell or HP like black plastic keyboard.
I feel like our list is like super short, but I guess that's all we need.
kids don't do mechanical keyboards.
Aside from that, it's just a bunch of like, do they need any more sheet metal, or are we good for sheet metal?
I
And
think
stuff?
we have a pretty big sheet. Unless we need a lot of it, we should be fine.
We have a decent little sheet, yeah.
Alright,
It's
well, I'm
it's
gonna go
not
ahead.
huge, but it's not small either.
I'll go ahead and talk to Colin.
So in that case, I'd probably get a. How big of a left-hand sheet can you get? So I remember the one we had at my shop was just like massive. It was like
Cody.
4x8.
So,
Ask him how big of a Lexan sheet you think we can get.
Okay, well,
Okay, Cody just went to talk to Colin.
Okay.
So it's just me and the programmers.
The programmers.
beep boop.
Okay, now it's just me and one programmer.
Oh.
Better watch out. I'm going to make him install Linux.
Joke's on you, I already have Linux.
I'm going to trap you in Emacs and then open Vim inside Emacs and see if you can escape.
Okay, you've lost me.
No. That was actually the first thing I did on my team. I was a programmer.
Really?
Yeah, I came in wanting to do mechanical, but there were a lot of kids who were doing mechanical. I joined my team when it was a rookie team. A bunch of kids wanted to do mechanical. I was like, you know, I'll do programming because I like that too. So I
Yeah.
did programming was the first thing I did. Programming and electrical.
Huh. That's cool. Hey, this is really random. I saw, because I was on one of the people that reviewed the like sub-team leader application stuff. that
Yeah.
You started like this CAD thing. What is that?
Oh yeah, Transparency CAD Challenge. So last year, or I guess almost 2 years ago now, when like COVID first hit, a friend and I, a friend who happens to be in Twitch chat right now, we decided that we wanted to host a CAD challenge for, you know, like students and people in the first community. And so what we did was we essentially did what the first game design committee does, and we designed our own first game.
Oh, cool.
And we added up a whole field for it, wrote a whole rules manual, and we released it to teams. And they were given, I think for the first one, we gave them like a week to CAD up a robot. So it's essentially like how we do RI3D,
Yeah.
but entirely in CAD.
Oh, nice. That's
Yeah,
neat.
so we started that like that the week after COVID hit. And
Oh, okay.
we've done it a few times since then.
Cool.
Actually, funnily, speaking, my friend and I, we were talking about this earlier today. The you know the thing in the middle of the field, like the hab?
Yeah.
It looks extremely similar to something we had designed for one of our games.
Oh, that's funny.
Demand for royalties from FIC.
We need to get some credits for that.
Okay, Cody just got back and then he walked out, so. Also, I think people are packing up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't blame them. But I think we have a decent idea. Tomorrow morning, just to quickly recap what we want to do tomorrow morning. Once we get in, I think it's just lock down what the robot's going to look like in terms of like how the actual dimensions for intake, hopper, and outtake are going to be, and then we get to building.
Sounds good. See you. Have a good one. Okay.
All right, have a good night, y'all.
Oh yeah, I'm all alone now. It's just me.
Yeah, I saw.
Oh, I forgot you're watching.
Yeah, I'm always watching. All right, have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man.
We done for the day?
I guess so. Kevin hung up and everybody walked out, so. I mean, I'll probably have to do some stuff with Anna to like actually make sure we're good, but.
Alright.
Starting around 9 in the morning.
Be here at 9?
Yeah.
Alright. Sounds like a plan.
Are we just cutting the stream off now?
I don't really know what they're doing stream-wise, but we're backing up.
Do you know what to do with the walkie-talkie?
I don't actually.
Just ask Anna. Maybe they want you.
I think they might want you to take it home and charge it, but I don't know.
Hold on to this. I don't want to be held liable for losing this.
Yeah, I don't.
They're quite interesting product. Like I see some fires of them, but I just don't think they're in. intuitive enough, and I don't like how you can't visually see what channel you're on.
Just give me this is a walkie-talkie.
Just give me a
I
knob
just
on
need
it,
a
and I'm.
walkie-talkie cover on this thing, and it will instantly be.
If you just give me the walkie-talkie channel knob, I am turned. I love the product. Currently, I can't tell if I'm.
Are you guys good with me just getting the PVC? We have surgical tubing. I'll bring polycarb. I don't know what to do about timing belts.
We were still
Paracord I could bring. Sheet metal, are we good on?
that's what we were gonna ask you.
That's the sheet leaning against the far side of the robot cart.
Honestly, I don't know what we need it for. It was just kind of like, hey, do we have some of that? Because that's probably
We do have some of that.
Yeah. I don't know what to do about timing belts. Surgical tubing, that's at Home Depot. They have it.
Do they have it?
Yeah, I looked. They have it in stock and carry.
Might as well pick up some more. And so they do.
I don't know the difference between those two. That one's cheaper.
Size, quarter versus 3/8. Wait, no, they're the same. They just flipped the OD and the ID.
Oh yeah, they did.
3/8 OD, 3/8 OD, quarter ID, 10 foot. This one's natural. I think so. You let me know if this is cleaned up enough for you. I mean, that bit's kind of a mess, but it's fine.
Is this pack? Oh, that has metal in it.
Yeah, that's got a bunch of stuff in it.
Okay. I don't like the way this is sitting, but I don't know that on the air tanks is any better than on the regulator. I think particularly since it's,
Oh, this we can get rid of. What was that one? 3/4 PVC. You guys want half and not 3/4, right?